Michael Steele, it's so interesting because obviously what Bob Costa said is absolutely correct. Only one of these campaigns is for that happening. The President of the United States has used his Twitter feed, which the White House has told us to treat as reporters, as citizens, as official statements from the White House. So the United States head of our government is for stopping the count, for doing the opposite of what Bob Costa just said in his statement.
Yeah, I think that's expected. I mean, Donald Trump is going to make as much noise.
Medicare prescription drug plan annual enrollment period is now open. That means I can finally change my Medicare plan. That's right. Just call 800
Want some more water?
I'm good. Thank you. Maybe later. Maybe later. I love you.
I love you too.
Okay.
Can I get you anything?
I'm all set. How about you?
Yeah,
Lucy?
she always wants some pets. Want some pets?
You want some free pets?
Want some pets?
Oh, she's a good girl.
One pet.
Yes, she's a good
Just
girl.
one. Yeah, too much. Too much pets.
Oh, too bad.
Absolutely free. Did you know you may now be eligible for new Medicare Advantage plans with Medicare-approved benefits, including dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage? Just call 800-475-2490 now to see if you qualify. New Medicare
plans may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free prescription drug delivery, free rides to medical appointments, and much more. You may also qualify for a plan with $0 premiums, $0 deductibles, and no copays. How can I make sure I'm getting the benefits that I deserve? All it takes is one fast and easy phone call. Just call the toll-free number on your screen now to see if you qualify for new Medicare Advantage plans that may include free eyeglasses, free hearing aids, free meal delivery, free prescription drug delivery, expanded at-home telehealth visits, and much more. Don't miss out on these new Medicare Advantage plans. Make sure you're getting the benefits you deserve today. I want these new benefits. I'm calling right now. There is no obligation to enroll. The call and Medicare benefits review are absolutely free.
Okay, yeah, they can't ship wine to us. We can't get shipments of wine in Rhode Island.
Stinks.
It does stink, doesn't it?
Fresh. We're here to help with chef-cooked meals ready in minutes. Choose from over 30 options designed by our chefs and nutritionists, and we'll deliver them fresh, not frozen, right to your door. So skip the prepping, cooking, and cleaning, and start eating healthy without the hassle of grocery shopping. Ready to eat delicious? Build your weekly menu of chef-cooked meals today at freshly.com.
More legal fights and more legal fails today for Trump, who's likely fearing his re-election chances just might be crumbling before his eyes. Today, he says he will win and promises to legally challenge, quote, all of the recent Biden claim states. But in just the last few hours, his team lost its request to stop the counting of ballots in Michigan and Georgia, while their newest attempt in Nevada to stop the
Oh
tallying
boy,
of
that's
thousands
close.
of, quote, improper votes is backed by zero evidence. Zilch, nada. Biden still has a lead in the state of Nevada. Joining us from Las Vegas, NBC's Jacob Severoff. Jacob, I have been watching you all day long, my friend. Take me through your experience on the ground there. What is the Trump campaign even trying to do?
It's a good question, Nicole, and zilch and nada are the perfect descriptions for the amount of evidence that they have for any voter fraud. We know widespread voter fraud is a myth. But here in Nevada, now they're leveling specific allegations, thousands of improper is the exact word that they use, ballots, and they are suing in federal court here in Nevada to stop the counting of the votes. And Rick Riddell, the former acting DNI, was here today along with Matt Schlapp, put those allegations out into the ether. And I wanted to ask him, what is the evidence? Where are you getting this information? We still haven't seen the lawsuit. We still haven't filed it. All they've had is a press conference. Let's take a look at what Riddell had to say. It took a little effort. Watch this. Can you talk about the evidence? We're claiming thousands of illegitimate votes here in Nevada.
You should go in and ask the question on the phone.
No.
Which you haven't
You
done.
can't just make the claim. No, in fact, he also said there's no election observers. There's Democratic and Republican election observers inside. Mr. Grinnell, former DNI Grinnell, acting DNI, where's the evidence of the fraud? You haven't presented any evidence of fraud. They presented no evidence of fraud. So we're live on MSNBC. You took thousands of illegitimate ballots. Where's the actual? Where are the legitimate ballots? Where are the legitimate ballots? So with a 12,000 vote margin here, thousands of fraudulent ballots is a serious allegation, but there's no evidence. What's happening inside this building is the deliberate slow counting of those votes, and we'll find out on Saturday. And if the Trump campaign has a legitimate lawsuit, we'll find out in federal court. But right now, we don't have the evidence for that.
NBC's Jacob Severoff on the ground for us in Nevada. Thank you so much, my friend. Joining us now, Joyce Vance, former U.S. attorney and an MSNBC contributor, and Washington Post White House reporter and MSNBC political analyst Ashley Parker is back. So, Ashley, let me just start with something Ben Ginsburg has been saying for really weeks now. Ben Ginsburg, I think the Republican version of the most respected and longest serving election lawyer that our party has really ever seen, worked for every former Republican presidential campaign and president, has come out and said that this hunt for voter fraud has been a Republican mission for decades, and it has never turned up anything. And in fact, the only person committing felony voter fraud is Donald Trump by asking his voters, I think it was in the state of North Carolina, to vote twice. So now the big lie that Ben Ginsburg is certainly qualified to diagnose and report to us about is being carried on and carried out by Matt Schlapp and Rick Grinnell in Nevada. What is the end game for them?
Well, there was something incredibly amateurish of what they were doing today, and I think that clip of Jacob kind of pressing them on the fact that they made a pretty serious allegation with no evidence demonstrates that. But one of the things that the Trump team is doing is they're trying to keep the president calm, and they're trying to dissuade him from doing what he woke up today angry and defiant wanting to do, which was go out, speak publicly, and again, prematurely, quite possibly falsely declare victory. And one of the ways they have managed to calm him down so far is by stressing to him all of the people who are out there fighting for him and briefing him on these legal strategies, although, as you point out, they have not been wildly successful yet. So to be clear, the legal strategies are, on the one hand, they are real. The campaign very much does want to challenge a lot of these states and a lot of these ballots in ways that they think could help them. But part of it is also, again, for that most important audience of one, trying to convince the president to stay calm and convince him to believe that there is hope to fight another day.
And this fight is drawing such meager talent and numbers, Joyce Vance, that the president's kids were, having tantrums on Twitter, basically crying and having hissy fits, begging people to come and help their dad steal an election. So is the state of Donald Trump's efforts, and as Ashley points out, I'm certain accurately, it isn't really a political strategy. It definitely isn't a winning legal strategy without evidence. It is sort of the campaign version of giving him some Xanax, it would appear.
It has the feel of a final desperate appeal to the base. Like you say, there's not much legal strategy at play here. Usually, if you've got good claims, you go straight into court. You don't let your former DNI roam around announcing claims that can't be backed up. And that's the meat of this. This is a president who struggled to find voter fraud to support any problems that he has at the polls, really since before he was elected the first time. You'll remember that in 2017, he notoriously stood up an election integrity commission that was supposed to search for allegations and for complaints of voter fraud. And it had to fold several months into its operations, not only because it couldn't find any fraud, but because there was concerns that it was actually in the process of collecting voter information that could be used to suppress the vote in future elections. So here again, we have this boogeyman of voter fraud that the president is going to try and trot out to explain his loss to his base. But it's unavailing because there is no evidence of voter fraud.
Joyce Vance, Ashley Parker, thank you so much for your wisdom, Ashley, for your reporting, for your calm. It is what the whole country needs. It's great to see you both. I will be back at the top of the hour. Let me tell you what's happening next. Brian Williams, Rachel Maddow, Joy Reid, Steve Kornacki, and I kicking off night 3 of MSNBC's special election coverage. Don't go anywhere. We're not.
Get back to you again. Shed those newfound pounds with Slim Fast. Use our app. Make it easy. Grab a friend. Make it fun. Let's Slim Fast together. Give us a week. Take off the weight and keep it off. Text together to 44123 to download the free app.
You've changed for good. You're better at haircuts. Now you grocery shop online. You mastered hot yoga. Kind of. And when it really mattered, you trusted ADT. Because staying home or venturing out, no one has more ways to
Hey, Dave.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good. How you doing, Luke?
Good.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, Luke.
Could you just mute yourself when you're not on, just because the news is really loud?
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's about 40 people on, so thank you. Appreciate it.
I'm going to lower it now.
Is Kathy coming?
Thank you, sir.
Dave,
Doesn't look like Kathy's around.
is Kathy
Me.
coming?
There she
Oh,
is.
there she is.
She is?
Kathy, I'm just watching the news.
Good evening, everyone.
Just soften it back, please. Okay. Democrats picked up another seat in the Senate, according to Associated Press.
Which one?
I don't know. I was with a friend of mine, and he was telling me.
I'll believe it when I hear it.
Yeah, me too. And Associated Press did declare Arizona for Biden.
Yeah, they did that a couple of days ago.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
just waiting to see Nevada. It's like a little drop, and it's driving 45 out of his mind.
I saw some really cute memes about, did you ever see the movie where the sloths were working for the DMV? You see the sloths?
Yeah.
That's Nevada. It was cute.
Everybody wants the spotlight right now.
I know.
James. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting Peg Carroll.
Or we could say she hasn't had the pleasure of meeting you, Dave.
Yeah, that's true. That's right. You got it. Is that Andy's replacement?
I'm the school nurse at Washington Oak.
So Peg's our point person that she's been, with all our nurses, but Peg has been kind of leading the ship here, and she's been phenomenal. And so at the end of the meeting, when we do just kind of an overview of data, I wanted Peg here just in case people had questions, or she was the one that put this together. And moving forward, we'll update it weekly. So,
thank you, Craig, and
anyway.
thank you, Peg.
Thanks for all the hard work, Peg. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
All right. I have 6 o'clock. Are we ready?
I don't know. Where's James?
Well, he's coming, I think. Jamesy,
I'm here. Camera will go on when the meeting starts. That's fine.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Hey, James.
All right. I'd like to open the Coventry School Committee meeting. Could we have a roll call, please?
Kathy Patnode,
Here.
Dave Florio,
Yeah.
Luke Murray,
Here.
Donna Kalunian,
Here.
James Pearson,
Here.
Craig Levis. I see you.
You, Craig.
I'm here.
You.
Don Cowett,
Here.
Sarah Mangiarelli.
Here.
That's it.
All right. Thank you, Donna. Okay. I'd like us to have a moment of silence as we consider the work before us this evening. Thank you. Okay, and I think it's Mr. Murray's turn to do the honors of reading the mission for Coventry Public Schools.
Sure. The mission of Coventry Public Schools is to inspire, support, and challenge all students in an inclusive community to be critical thinkers, effective communicators, reflective learners, responsible individuals, and global citizens.
Thank you. So moving into our agenda, I just want the public to know that the public attendees are allowed to ask questions or comments during any of the agenda items. And if a motion is taken by the committee before the vote is called, citizens will be given the opportunity to comment or have any questions. That being said, I guess we can go to agenda item number 2, which is the School Building Authority Immediate Health and Safety Emergency Request Discussion, which was our reference number 1.
All right, I'll start that if Ms. Mangiarelli wants to jump in. So we had, as you know, we were one of the first districts to bring in a company to look at ventilation, disinfect. It's gonna be a long night, huh? Looking at the air quality pertaining to COVID-19, when that was brought up several times by the Department of Health, Department of Education. And so we had a preliminary report findings that was presented, I should say findings. Miss Jeannie Reddy came before the school committee. And so she came up with a secondary report, and we had an opportunity. We've done this in the past, but we didn't actually follow through, I believe, with it since I've been here. But we had an opportunity to go for the school building authority and request certification of immediate health and safety and request up to $500,000. So we did that. We had Creative Environment Corporation sign off on the immediate health and safety certification, you know, basically signifying that these are needs of Coventry Public Schools, you know, based on COVID-19. You have in your packet that certification. You also have the report, and we can only request up to $500,000, but we submitted, I submitted her request of at least the primary of $589,000. And so we want to present that to you. We've done that, and just a couple hours ago, Sarah and I received an email that the RIDE has approved that. And what that means is that for us finding this money, we'll get reimbursed. So RIDE's not giving this money, but we will get reimbursed at a rate of 44% for this $500,000. So a couple things about this that's important to know is when you look at what Ms. Reddy had recommended to us, in there were HEPA filters. There's, I think, 32 HEPA filters that she recommended for 4 of our elementary schools for different spaces. And then she recommended approximately 100 based on the balancing that has to take place. They have to go into individual units in our buildings, in our classrooms, and there's a process. And by balancing it, everyone is individual. They're going to have to regulate fresh air with the heat. And after that, they're able to see, okay, how many students can we have in there? And so based on her experience, I believe she recommended that when the balancing is done, we may need supplemental units. So she had recommended 100. And what I'm happy to say is that we found out today, the Department of Education, through their Education Operations EDOC committee, or center, I should say, they put out a request to see how many HEPA filters individuals need, schools needed. I had recommended 160, because that 100 is just an estimate based on her expertise. RIDE was able to get $4 million out of the school building authority funding that they had put forward when they passed that bond several years ago. Some of that money is coming forward to districts in a grant, which we will present at our next agenda item. And the other funds were being used to purchase HEPA filters for districts. And I'm happy to say, we don't have them, but I have an email that indicates today we were informed that we will be receiving 160. So I know this request that we put in, or the document says $580,000, but if you look at the HEPA filters that we're going to be getting, that'll help offset that some of that other 89,000, probably 2/3 of it. So we did get approval for this. I want Sarah to talk about, though, so we'll talk the next agenda item, how we're going to get 62,000 in the form of a grant. But there's $400 and some odd thousand that we are able to access right now. And I'd like Sarah, if you don't mind, to talk about how we came about those funds. And these funds could be made available to us in the future if we are not funded properly for maintenance.
Right, so and we'll talk about this a little bit in the budget as well, but we received a call from the state just a week or two ago, letting us know that we had $439,000 to spend on maintenance, which caught me totally off guard because I wasn't sure exactly where that money was coming from. So as we know, there is a state law that requires minimum level of funding for maintenance at our school facilities. And in the state law, there is a stipulation that if a minimum maintenance level is not met on an annual basis, the state will withhold housing aid. And the housing aid, we were always told that that housing aid would not be taken away. It would just be set aside into an account until we met that minimum maintenance threshold. What I did not realize was that that was effective even on old debt service. So when we when we failed to meet that maintenance stipulation, the state scooped $439,000 worth of housing aid reimbursement that was slated to go to the town to pay old debt service bonds. That money can only be used for school maintenance projects. They will actually not even transfer the money to the town. So it doesn't go in a separate capital fund at the town level for us to request. We can actually have the work completed and then submit the invoices to the state, and they will pay and draw down on that $439,000. As soon as I did find that out, I did notify the town, because while I would say this is a win for the school with giving us some resources for maintenance, anytime you have a loss of revenue, especially to pay a debt service bill, is still a true loss, and with the level funded budget across the entire community, that now means that the town is trying to, they will have to come up with $439,000 to pay old school bonds. So we will be using the $439,000 towards the maintenance. We will be eligible to receive 44% reimbursement on that $439,000 for next year. But now that we know that all housing aid is on the table, including previously committed housing aid, I did say to the town, to not fund maintenance is really not an option anymore, because the state is going to step in and scoop it one way or another. So I think it makes more sense to proactively allocate money to the schools for maintenance, because if we miss that threshold, the state's going to take it anyways, and the school will get those maintenance funds, and it will leave the town short mid-budget year for those debt service payments. So that is the genesis of that $439,000. It does give us a little bit of breathing room to get some of this work done.
And one thing that I forgot to state is that the work that we're going to have done will make all the spaces that have been identified in our buildings that are not currently usable in terms of lack of proper ventilation. Every single one of those spaces will become appropriate. And I think that's what's so important, that we have had to close off some spaces or keep down the capacity of spaces. Like we can't use our cafeterias in our elementary schools like we'd like to, or libraries, and a lot of those interior classrooms in our older buildings. And there's several classrooms that have been identified as not usable at the high school. And so the recommendations and these funds are going to allow us to make all of those spaces usable. And we can begin that work almost immediately. I think Sarah had requested, the directions in terms of how we proceed. We want to make sure that while we believe that's how we can proceed, we want to have that in writing so we know that we can send the bills, because we're still going to need some type of documentation when we get audited. So I think this is, despite what's going on has gone on in our community with funding, this is, it's important for the community to know that we still are continuing to keep that focus on what's in the best interest for our students and staff. And this was a great surprise, like I said, between the 160 HEPA filters that we're going to be given, the $60,000 grant that we're going to talk about in a little bit, because we need approval from the school committee, and then that $430,000 that we can draw upon to do the work, is a positive. And I think it's important for us to recognize that despite the challenges, we still continue to move forward.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? I guess I can start with our comments. Mr. Florio?
Impact fees. Do we still get $7,500 per home that's built, Sarah or Craig? Do we still get that from the town?
So
still get impact fees.
Yeah, we still get impact fees, and we will be coming forward with a request to use impact fees, most likely for the stage 2 project. But it's the same process. The town accumulates impact fees. We have to request school committee approval to draw those down, and then the town transfers the funds over.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Craig.
Okay. Mr. Murray?
Yeah, bouncing up your point, Dave, I think there was a proposal on the table to reduce the impact fees recently to around $5,000, $5,500 based on assessment, because they've been doing assessment every so many years for the impact. So that's coming up. So related to this, I did post some questions via email. I think one is bidding of the work and expectation if we get approved and get moved forward. Well, we did get approved. Moving forward with this, how we proceed. What's the estimated timeframes to bid and get contractors on board?
So some of the work, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, but some of the work, there's already a master price agreements with some of the organizations. I mean, some of the contractors, like for instance, ATC, it does a lot of work for us. So I believe that we can utilize them to do like the ERV units. That works, that's timely. We have spaces, especially at Western Coventry, the number of classrooms we cannot use. So I believe that we can appropriately do that. And that's where the big work. Go ahead, Sarah. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that I agree. I think because time is somewhat of the essence. I mean, we're getting to those cooler months now. The plan was to go off the MPA for as much services as possible so that we can expedite the process.
Are you typically getting at least a few bids on that?
We can, we've used ATC pretty regularly, but we can certainly pull multiple vendors off there. Their pricing's labeled and we can request a quote with the proposal that we have from Gene Reddy.
I mean, I just recommend it because, I mean, everyone's extremely busy. Obviously, time's going to matter. So that's part of the equation. But also when there's supply and demand, prices go up and we're going to pay a premium for that. So, and we're not the only school out there looking for these services. So, I mean, not to hold it up, but I would just, general recommendation, the MPA is great, but the MPA won't be specific on these particular. They'll give you a direct labor cost, but the cost can vary significantly even off the MPA. It's just a convenient way to kind of circumvent, not circumvent's a bad word, but it sounds bad, but circumvent the bid process.
Right.
To get the work done quickly. So I'm not opposed to getting it moving, especially since we seem to have the money. One of the questions I asked today, which I don't think I got answered, was the report, and I know, Sarah, you did sort of broadly answer it as far as money allocation. The report that CEC came back with had a lot of caveats, that it was a magnitude of cost, that there were electrical upgrades that may need to be done, architectural upgrades that need to be done above and beyond the direct cost of the $584,000 estimate. So just to be clear, did you include a buffer on that for those potential extra work items, or are we just budgeting that 584?
So in the COVID budget, you'll see that we have the full $800,000 in the COVID budget. As far as being able to move forward, we only have the $439,000 and the $62,000 right now to spend from a known revenue source. So, and Craig, I wasn't involved as much in the discussions from the $800,000 to the $589, so you can touch on that. But I think our full proposal is still in the COVID budget, recognizing that the cost of this could exceed the amount that we have slated. And that's why I think even leaving that in as a request from the town is still something that we need to consider. And that's why that figure has remained in the budget.
Right. So when I met with Ms. Reddy to go over the document, and we did, what we need to accomplish right now, because there's secondary work that we can do, but it's not, she wouldn't identify it as health or safety. It was $589. Instead of me handpicking, we know that we can only get reimbursed up to, it's actually $499,999. But I just included that whole 580 something that she had put forward, knowing that we were going to get HEPA filters, not knowing exactly what amount we were going to get. So the only money that we have to work with is that, approximately $500,000 between the grant that we'll talk about the next item and the money that Sarah just discussed. So for this process, that's all we have to work with. So
I just, the reason I bring that up is knowing construction, we go into Western, we put in a system, and then all of a sudden we realize we don't have the electrical to support it. Mm-hmm. We have to make whatever modifications to the roof that are going to cost me $100,000. Right. I know we budgeted in, but we don't have that money yet from the town. So, and it's just, I want to make sure we're looking at that and providing a cost overrun, because it's likely that this 589 or whatever it is, 584 is going to have a 25% overage or beyond just for the unknowns when we install these systems. Never mind, there's a caveat in this report. Almost every line says we can adjust the outside air coming in, but it's going to make the rooms colder, which means we need to make them warmer. And if we don't have an offset big enough on the heating side, then, you know, all may be for naught if the room is 40 degrees.
Right,
So
but
I just, you know,
I'm just saying right now, the goal was to make the room safe. We never said people would be extremely warm. We've been saying dress up, bundle. Honestly, though,
that's true.
and time is of the essence. I mean, up until a couple of weeks ago, I had no idea how we're going to get this funding, this done, which we need to get accomplished. So the positive is that we may run into overruns in different areas, and we'll have to prioritize. But the fact of the matter is, we have almost 500,000 we can access. We can begin work fairly quickly. And we're still requesting, we're going to be asking you to vote on a budget later on. Saturday, I'm meeting with John Anderson. I need to write a letter that quotes state statute, and we're going to notify the town that this is what we need to operate the schools, and it's a legal process. And that's why Sarah said, when we go through the budget, you'll see we've added a lot of things in there, obviously with the best information we have today. So we understand that, but I think we need to move, again, we do recognize that, but we want to continue to move forward and work with the money that we do have.
Yeah, no.
We may have to prioritize that.
Totally get that. Supportive of the effort. This isn't to shoot holes in the thing. It's to just, from my experience in the construction industry, just saying. And also, when we go for that request, it's important that we include, and to Sarah's point, I agree. Like we can't strip this out, because what's going to happen is there'll be a question. How come we still have that $800,000 in here? Well, what's the overage? It may not be $800,000, but I think we need to keep a sizable buffer in our request, because it's likely to cost more. I agree with expending what we can to get things as safe as possible. I just want to make sure we don't have an unexpected overrun. We can't deal with unexpecteds anymore. So if we're thoughtful in our approach, then we won't be surprised. So that's all. No, I think it's great. The last thing I'll say is thank you for, submitting the letter, working the process with the SBA. This is great that it doesn't come out of our budget. And as far as the holdback, I think it's an important point, because I've said over and over again, housing aid will be held back. I actually, same as Sarah, I didn't realize it affected previous housing aid until I started looking at it a couple of weeks ago. And that's when I emailed Sarah about this, because in reading the law further, it became apparent that may be the case, in which it is. So going forward, I don't think the council is going to have a choice. We're going to have to fund maintenance finally, and I don't, and that's going to affect us next year, because they haven't been funding it, which means it's going to create another structural issue. So we'll deal with that as it comes. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Kalunian.
No, I don't have any questions right now. I was just listening to Luke, and he answered a lot of the things that I was thinking. So I'll forego my questions.
Okay, thank you. And finally, Mr. Pearson.
First request in the memorandum from the consulting engineers. This document looks like it has links in it, but we were given a scanned PDF, which is not ideal, because if there are links in the document, I like to be able to click on those for the supporting information.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have Google, but save some time to know specifically what they're talking about. So I took a look at the ride facilities and physical plant guidance in particular. So I have a question about upper air UV lights installed in the classrooms. I was not able to locate that recommendation in the ride guidance. Do you have that?
So one of the ways of disinfecting, that was a recommendation in terms of the disinfecting. I can look and see where, again, they're the experts that we brought in. But I know in the conversations that we've had with the school building authority, with Dr. Bromage, that was one of the ways to deal with the COVID virus. So do I have it in the guidance? No.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are UV disinfecting systems that you can purchase to work in conjunction with your HVAC system. Most of the time they're installed within the system itself above the plenum. And if for the people watching at home, plenum is the space between your ceiling tiles and your roof, installed there in the systems so that exposure to the UV radiation is limited. And even then, the HVAC workers have to take special precautions while some of these systems are in operation, especially the xenon pulse systems, I think is something I read about, which is fascinating. But those especially can cause significant harm if you're exposed to those in a short amount of time. So back to installing these upper air units in the classrooms, everything I've read about these upper air units is that they're typically used in clinical or laboratory situations. Have we been given any documentation that this is a common practice for an educational environment?
No, I haven't been given that information, but I haven't been told. I mean, according to Miss Reddy, when we did the walkthroughs and meeting with her, this is just one of the strategies that felt for certain spaces. We went into one of the little nurses' clinics at Tyoke and she showed about how putting it up, the lights go up, it draws, there's a fan that'll draw the air up and then disinfect. And it's not, none of these are to be the primary way that we're going to treat the air or ventilation. These were all supplementary. I think that they're all in the supplementary components, I believe.
Correct. These are only supposed to be used in secondary situations.
Right.
Primarily ventilation controls, are supposed to.
So I can also bring Miss Reddy back. I mean, I'm not going to even, begin to try to answer those questions. They're good questions, but.
Well, my concern is risk to students and employees. I know these upper air units have baffles around them, so there's no direct exposure of UV light radiation to people in the room. So in general, they're relatively safe. There's not even OSHA guidelines on these. But if for our facilities staff who what I can see on these, the maintenance schedule for these, you have to clean the bulbs monthly for them to be effective. They're going to need to have the training and take the extra precautions to limit their or have no exposure to this. Also, if I haven't seen these units, but I'm going to hope that they're not prone to damage, because if the baffles fall off in an educational setting, again, direct exposure to staff and students is a concern. I get that this is a secondary way that we might have to or we're considering for disinfecting. I'm not an expert. I'm not a consulting engineer. But there are risks here with this methodology that we have to be aware of to our staff and our students.
Yeah, and just to be completely honest, none of that, what you had just presented, Mr. Pearson, came up in any of our conversations.
I wasn't.
Pardon?
I was there. I would ask the questions.
Yeah, well, you. I have no response to that. But no, we can definitely, like I said, this isn't work that we're planning on doing right now. This would be secondary work, but we have time. Like I said, two things. One is we can make sure that the document is shared so that you can access the links. And then secondly, I can have her come back to answer any questions.
Either come back or again, if there's other supporting documentation around
yeah, well, I can ask her for
how
all that.
these upper air UV lights are typically implemented and any kind of safety precautions that are necessary.
Yeah, I know what we were talking about wasn't going to be between the ceiling tiles and the ceiling though. These
are definitely not the above the, not in the plenum. These are ones installed in the wall.
In fact, they were talking in like the cafeterias and things, but I think we decided more on the ERV units that need to be installed to exchange the air. So, but those are good questions. I'll get an answer.
Okay.
For you.
That's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Pearson. Mr. Coward, did you have something? I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt, but I just wanted to add, when we were touring the buildings at the beginning of the year with the EDOC, and we were visiting different locations, members of their touring group had referenced those UV lighting units in other schools that were using them. And I think one of the school districts was Westerly. So we could always reach out to Westerly and find out how they're being used there to see if we can get some of that additional information.
Great, thank you, Mr. Coward. I don't have anything except to thank everyone involved with this, and hopefully it's going to be a successful installation. And when they check the airflow, it will in fact do, be what we need it to be. I will throw out comments or questions to the attendees that have gathered. If anybody would like to raise their hand, please feel free to do that. Seeing none, I guess we can move on to the next item, which is the School Building Authority COVID-19 Capital Fund Grant Discussion and Approval, which was our reference number 2. So, Mr. Levis, did you want to start
I'll
that?
start off and then again, have Sarah correct whatever I get wrong pretty much typically. But so we had an opportunity, I mentioned before, yeah, I'm laughing, but it's so true. But that's why she's the financial expert, right? So we had an opportunity, we received an email, I had received a phone call also notifying us that the Department of Ed was going to be requesting funds through the School Building Authority, and they were all going to offer it to districts in the form of grants. And there was a formula and figuring out how they dispersed the grant funding. And we were informed that we're going to have a little over $60,000. I believe it's $62,007. I don't know how they came up with that. This is money we don't have to pay back, but we have to jump through some hoops, and the hoops are, you can look at the grant conditions. I personally don't think there's a condition on there, but obviously when there's questions, you may feel differently that we cannot meet. The nice thing about this funding will be we'll use it towards that $500,000, but we also are able to get reimbursement back on these funds, the 44%. But the stipulation is I had to sign off originally on an email that I would bring it forward to the school committee. There's a document we need signed. We can use DocuSign that I will have set up tomorrow, and then there'll be an email sent to, I don't know if you've used it, probably many people have, I'm sure many have, where you can go and you'll be able to log on and sign in a little date. And then I need to bring it over to the town manager. Will need to sign off on it. And I haven't even presented or discussed it. I wanted to bring it forward in fairness to the school committee and have the discussion here. So, Sarah, what did I forget or miss?
No, I think that was it. This was an easy one.
Thank you, Sarah, for that vote of confidence. But anyways, it's a $62,000 grant. We don't have to pay it back. We have to use it as stipulated. And, as we previously discussed, it's incorporated in that package. So, and no matter what, as Mr. Murray had said, that there may be, 25% of an over, whatever the term is, cost in an area, we still know that we'll spend that $500,000 in terms of COVID related, typically around our mechanical systems. So that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Florio, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions, no comments, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Murray.
I think it's great. One of the contingencies in here, it says capital funds that exceed $500,000 must comply with RIDE school construction regulations. This funding cannot supplant any other previously awarded state or federal COVID-19 funds. I'll just ask you pointedly, Sarah, do we have any concerns with that from a financial aspect? Did I catch you off guard?
No, I was opening a different screen and it opened on the wrong monitor, so I couldn't get to my unmute. No, and actually, so we've already sent this in to RIDE, exactly what we were planning on doing. They came forward with the 62,000 at the same time as the 439. They've already signed off on anything, so I'm not concerned about any of that language.
Okay, and this reimbursement comes directly to us, as does it go to the town for?
So here's the catch. The money goes to the town's bank account, but we monitor pretty closely, so we know how much we should be receiving, and then we notify the town and say, hey, you received $70,000, it should come to us, and then they transfer it over. So we stay on top of that.
All right, so it'll just be like a due from them to us. And
Well, yeah, so historically it was a due from, but now that we have our own bank account, I will actually request that the cash be transferred over as well.
Okay, good. Well, thanks for following through with the paperwork, the process. It seems very broad, and this is probably the simplest grant application I've ever seen, so.
Right.
thanks
Well, that
for
was their
doing it.
intent, to get the money to the districts. I mean, and we're in a situation where every $62,000 is a big help to us in this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murray. Mrs. Colonian.
I have no questions, and just, that's great. I'm glad you put in for the grant.
Thank you. And finally, Mr. Pearson.
Grants are good. We'll take any free money we can get. So thank you for working on this.
And my thanks as well. And like everybody has said, easy, not as easy, not something you can overlook. And thanks to everyone for following through and getting the grant. It's very much appreciated by everyone. Okay, and are there any questions from the attendees? You have a question, just raise your hand. Seeing none, I think we can move on to item number 4, the F21 budget and year-to-date expenditures discussion. Oh, I'm sorry, we have to vote on that. Whoops.
Yes.
So is there a motion for the approval of the school committee to approve the building authority COVID-19 capital fund?
Madam Chair, I make a motion for the school committee to approve the school building authority COVID-19 capital fund grant.
I second the motion.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, I don't see any comments from the citizens gathered. Could we have a roll call vote, please, Donna?
Kathy Patnode,
Yes.
Dave Florio,
Yes.
Luke Murray,
Yes.
Donna Colunian,
Yes.
James Pearson,
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to agenda item number 4, the F21 budget discussion and approval. So did you want to start that, Mr. Levis?
I will just start briefly. We are moving forward with the assumption, and I hope the assumption is wrong, but the assumption that we're moving forward tonight with is that we are functioning on a level funded budget month to month. And we are currently functioning on 91.7% of our what we were hoping was our state aid. Moving forward, and Sarah will obviously explain in detail, based on that, I think we figured out for the year that maybe a 5% cut in state aid. And these are just, we don't know, these are estimates. If it's a full cut that continues forward, it'll be almost $2 million in state aid. So based on those premises, we're putting everything together. And as I said before, we're going to ask you to vote on a budget because by state law, I have to write a letter to the town council, to the town manager, that we need to submit because of our situation. We need to submit that new budget to the council. And that's the first step in terms of what we're presenting later on after that, some scenarios. I'm not asking people to vote on those scenarios because these are possibilities. Again, before I end, I just want to say that, we haven't talked about, I didn't put in the agenda, but I need to just say how hard everybody's working. It's tough, especially with what recently happened. My job is to keep people moving forward and to keep people motivated. People are wondering what's going to happen. The budget failed and the second time. And I need to tell you that despite everything else that's going on, people are working hard every day, putting in 100% and keeping the focus on what's in the best interest of kids. And I think that there's a sentiment that the community maybe failed us in terms of school committee. And I'm not saying that's true. I think there's a lot of reasons why the budget failed. However, I can tell the community that our school community, our staff, everybody involved is not failing our community. And I just wanted to frame that because I think it's so important. If you see what's going on in the schools every single day, later on, Peg Carroll's going to talk about this whole contact tracing and how we're keeping people safe. But, the budget that we're putting forward is, making some strong assumptions that I hope are wrong. So having said that, I'll turn it over to Sarah. We know we sent you 80 pages of a budget. So I want to give them to you last week to have some time, but I will turn that over to Sarah. Thanks, Sarah.
Okay, I don't know, Jim, if you can put the budget up on the screen or if you want me to share my screen, either way.
Which attachment was it?
Reference 3B.
Okay.
And I'm not going to go through all 80 pages. A lot of the detail you've seen, but we'll go through some of the first summary pages. Okay. So if you can just go back to the very first page, Jim, and we'll skip through. So we've been working with really two budgets for quite a while. And when the town had previously requested that we consolidate these so that they could vote to allocate funds to us, that's what we did. We combined them. And really at this point, because we've had to move forward with some COVID related items, we did have to kind of consolidate them into one budget, but hoping that some of the COVID related costs will go away after this year. We're still kind of talking about them separate, but I did want to consolidate them just so you could get the full picture. So if you can scroll down to the second page. This is the pre-COVID budget that we've discussed, and a couple of factors have impacted this. We were on a spree for a little while where things were looking good. When we found out about the $439,000, you'll see a revenue item in there, ransomware reimbursement. So we have had some discussions with the trust, and they are anxious to wrap that up. So we are looking that we could receive about $330,000 of reimbursement from lost, for incurred costs when we were shut down for quite a while, when we got hit with the ransomware. We have the sports donation money in there. I'm going to skip over the use of fund balance just for a minute, go down to the expenditures. You'll see from a pre-COVID operations, we did really try and scale back as much as we can. So we successfully renegotiated the contract with the teachers. We also had a lot of retirements this year. More came in as we started to get back to school. So we were fortunate in that respect that we did experience some savings. Almost as soon as I found out about the ransomware and the $439,000, we got the out-of-district transportation invoice in from the state. So we had about $448,000 budgeted for that, and the projected annual cost just came in at $1.14 million. So right when I thought we were up, we went right back down again with that cost. Their justification for increased costs, and again, they bill the entire state, was for increased sanitation purposes as well as increased fleet for safe transporting due to COVID. We are looking at how we can work to pull out of that statewide contract and see if we can do it cheaper on our own, whether that's hiring our own drivers or working with our existing transportation company right now, which is not doing the statewide, to see if we can scale that number back. But as of right now, that's the bill that we've been presented with, and that had to go into the budget. And just one clarification, originally I had put in the budget scaling down state aid to 95% of what they had told us. because of some of those estimates that came in, and because there has been no definitive move to permanently and reinstate a 91% or a 95% of state aid, I left the state aid at just the cut that we were supposed to get all along. But if you see down at the very bottom in red, if we remain at the 91.7%, that's a further $1.9 million loss. And I really have no way to come up with those funds if that actually takes place. The two use of fund balance lines all along, and I still firmly believe that our savings from FY20 should have been used to cover COVID costs. And the primary reason for that is the assumption that most of those COVID costs would have gone away. So we would have used a one-time revenue stream of carryover and put that towards one-time expenditure costs of COVID, and we wouldn't build in a structural deficit. Because of some of the rising costs, and I'm sorry, I didn't touch on out-of-district tuitions either. Those numbers came in very high. Not even special ed related. Most of the invoices to other school districts for career and tech and pathways came in even higher than what we had budgeted for. I had to move the carryover from FY20 into our operating budget. And the reason that that is so significant is that we are now balancing our operating budget with carryover. And as we go through and in the next agenda item, you'll see that we are essentially going to draw down every single penny that we have. So even to open the doors come July 1, both from a cash flow perspective and an accumulated deficit. So you can run a deficit in 1 year and offset it against surplus. When you run an accumulated deficit, that means you're running an actual deficit and you have no savings in the bank. So we are, by me having to transfer this money in to cover operations, we will start FY 2022 with a minimum budget gap equivalent to those two use of fund balances, because that's a revenue stream that we will not have next year. And I don't know what expenses in this budget will necessarily go down next year. Outside of the statewide transportation, if we can make some changes in that, or should COVID go away and the statewide cost goes down, that would really be the only expense line that I can truly see going down at that point in time. So this is significant, both from a perspective that we're balancing this budget, but this is a big issue leading into budget season for next year, and how we would move forward. Jim, if you can scroll down to the next page, please. This is just a summary of the COVID budget. And just for your reference, the last 2 pages of this entire budget document is where I have the detail of the COVID expenses. Again, it's similar to how you've been seeing the information presented. But I didn't want you to stop looking through all the individual line item detail for the regular operations. That's at the very bottom. And I did put the dates in here of when we were notified about the revenue streams coming in, because it was truly happening so fast at the end of last week. Was it last week? The week before, that I just wanted to make it clear that this wasn't, none of the revenue that we have included in here was revenue that we knew about even when the budget vote was happening. And this certainly would have been included had we known. So you'll see the SBA capital funds, which we just discussed, the federal funds for the substitute grant. So we did get $78,000 for that. The housing aid withheld, I put this in the COVID budget, although it's truly an operations budget, but we're going to be targeting it for maintenance for the COVID expense. You'll see that I shifted the school carryover from the COVID budget. And this still requires the town to contribute some fund balance or rainy day fund, surplus, whatever term they want to call it, some assistance to the school district for COVID response. Oh, and I did forget to say, I also added in the year-to-date activity, both on this page and the previous page, just so you could see where we're at so far with spending this year. Jim, if you can go down to the next page. Okay, so just some of the adjustments that we made to the budget. And I put in here whether it's going to be a reoccurring cost or a one-time cost, mostly for FY22 planning. So you'd have an idea that if changes or decisions were made that altered what we're putting forward, I just wanted to make sure everybody knew what the impact would be on the budget going forward. So one of the changes since the last budget that we did add into this budget is adding back the local share network improvements for $275,000 because we got that E-rate one-time revenue stream. And it was due to issues that were incurred associated with our technology. I thought it was best to put forward this expenditure, which is a one-time expense, and it also allows us to take advantage of the 50% match that we won't have available to us after this year. So we would put forward $275,000. We would receive $275,000 from E-rate to do some of the network improvements that haven't been done in years and years. The other amount that I added back in was a service agreement with Envision, who is working with us to support our technology department and our technology infrastructure. I added back the clubs and limited sports that had previously been approved by the school committee. I did have to increase the statewide transportation costs. I had to increase the out-of-district tuitions. What was that decrease in salaries? Hold on, I have to see where I pulled that number from. And then the increase in utilities of $100,000. I apologize, I'm completely drawing a blank on that salary net number, but I will get back. I will look that up as soon as we get going and questions start getting asked. The revenue side, I moved over the revenue from the carryover and also reserves for school lunch. That program is still, teetering. We've had to really be slow and calculating how we bring back labor, matching how we're serving meals. While lunch is free to all students in Coventry right now under age 18, we're still having a harder time getting that program to really get going and having as many people as possible take advantage of it. Items that are not included in this budget is the one-to-one Chromebook replacement. I know if Jim unmuted, he would probably be very concerned about this. This is the 3-year lease for grades 6 through 12. We are on our 4th year right now of the previous round of funding, so our devices are getting old and used and currently not under warranty. The intent was to do grades 6 through 12 this fiscal year, which would carry with it a 3-year capital lease. But I did leave that out for a couple of reasons. One, the school committee had previously voted to pull that out. And 2, looking at FY 2022, that's also a big expenditure for FY 2022. However, keep in mind, we are a one-to-one district. When we're moving further, we just did purchase the Chromebooks for elementary kids. So this is one that we may have to strongly reconsider going forward. All sports and clubs are still out, so I included what the balance would be to bring all of those back. Again, those are reoccurring costs. And then the vehicle lease, which is a replacement of old scrapped physical plant vehicles. This is a tough one. We've been trying to get this in the budget for the past couple of years. Again, this would carry a multi-year lease payment with it. But I think that this is also one that we need to consider, both for safety of employees and just the ability to continue things such as snow plowing and timely removal in the winter conditions of that. So that's another item that is a tough one to pull out looking at overall operations. And yes, and actually Don texted me to bring me back to speed. We had pulled out some salaries and benefits related to administrators that we did not fill their positions or kind of jumbled around. So we did not fill the director of curriculum. We did not fill one of the technology positions when the previous director of technology had left. Jim, if you can go to the next page. Okay. And then this really just gets into all of the familiar detail that you've seen. The first, probably 60, 70 plus pages are all in the general operations. Every line I've scaled back on supplies and whatnot, as we had previously discussed. And then the COVID detail. Jim, I don't know if you can go all the way to the end of the document. And then go up one page. Okay, thank you. So this again just goes over where we have the COVID detail. We did make quite a few adjustments in this. You'll see one at the top, staff overages. We were having difficulties filling positions. We still actually have quite a bit of vacant positions, even non-COVID related positions that we could not fill. So in order for coverage, we had to increase FTEs by a 0.2. So we may have somebody that's now working a 1.2 instead of a 1.0. So we adjusted for that. We put in what we actually engaged with from a custodial perspective. Registered nurses, we've been having difficulties filling those positions as well. So we have a couple that we've been able to move forward with, but you'll notice that I scaled that down. As supervisory assistants, again, we have supervisory assistant vacancies, even in the pre-COVID budget right now. So securing staffing is becoming an issue. So it had a favorable impact, so to speak, on the finances. I would say that most of the principals are probably still asking for more people, but we can only fill so much with the staff that we can secure. So I did go through and really pare a lot of this down for what's actually taking place right now to narrow down what our costs are looking like they will be. So I think that's it, unless, I'm happy to answer any questions about it though.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm going to start with Mr. Florio. Any questions for Sarah?
No questions. I have no questions, Madam Chair. I think she did a great, outstanding job.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murray.
Thanks for the presentation, Sarah. Very thorough as always. Couple questions. I think I asked this today. Have you done any projections next year, how this is going to hit the budget? Because I'm worried about this year. I'm really worried about next year. I mean, taxpayers are going to get walloped because we're not going to have a lot of choices here. We've taken out sports. That means sports is not coming back because that's structural. We're taking out some really core things, reoccurring costs here. So I'm just wondering if you roundabouted the financial impact we're looking at next year overall.
Right. So I've done just high level, but as an example, just a 2% increase on base salaries. So not even all salaries, just the base salaries, and adding in Medicare and pension. We do pay Social Security for all of our SRP staff, but just looking at what the increase in pension and Medicare will be on a 2% increase, we're looking at right there an expenditure of $979,000. So if I take that and just the shortfall of the revenue that we have because we have carryover included into that, into the current budget, we're at a shortfall of 2.5 million starting off FY 2022. So, we have no idea what state aid obviously is going to look like. I would say RIPEC has warned that FY 2022 could be even worse than 21. And, with the base remaining the same, we'll end up having it the same, obviously last year, this year, we're not going to pick up that extra 4% base increase. So we're starting the hole at about 2.5 million in the hole for next year.
Just so everyone understands that's 2.5 million in a hole without sports, without all the other things.
Correct.
So add those back, we're probably pushing $4 to $5 million. So that's the real situation we're in. That's not to scare anybody, but that's a truth. I think we've been trying to convey that over and over and over again for the past 9 months, and nobody wanted to really acknowledge that fact, but here we are. My hope is, you know, that with everything so fluid, I'll just put it that way, that there is some realized money either through stimulus or something to dig it, savings, combination of all to dig us out of this hole. I think we're not unlike many school districts hoping for that. A couple other things, director, you mentioned some positions weren't brought back in, including director of curriculum. And I think that still worries me because we did approve some stipends. I had asked for a 2-month update, which we haven't had, and I'm hoping we can get on the next agenda, Kathy. But you know, the reason for that update was to get a sense of, you know, how is this working out? Is this sustainable long-term? Curriculum was core to our district, getting that in line. And, you know, I have concerns that given all the other tasks, and I'm worried about staff burnout is the bottom line of our existing staff. The stipends were a short-term thing, a stopgap in tough budget times, but if we eliminate that position now, it's not coming back. So that's my expressed concern. I don't know how others feel about that, but I think that position especially.
But just so you know, we had stated during that that was for this year. And so,
but if we don't budget in this year, it won't come back next year, right? Because there's no way we're going to come back and allocate more money out of a deficit that we already have. So I think we need to really look at that from my perspective and try to keep that in. I know that's hard, but we can always move that money. You know, we can allocate it in the budget and move that money out if we don't hire somebody in the short term, but I'd lobby against eliminating that. You mentioned, I see that we have clubs in here, but we had that club discussion in our last meeting. I think it was last meeting. And I don't think we took any action on sustaining those clubs. For a reason, there was a recommendation to wait until the budget action was taken. So I know the sports were, and that's obviously, we had that long discussion, but I'm not sure we brought back clubs.
Correct. And so that was, I misspoke on that because I lumped clubs and sports together with a school committee approval. So you're correct there. So the school committee took action on the limited fall sports. I know Mr. Levis had said that there were certain clubs that if we were going to bring things back, that would be one he would feel strongly about. So it was the Honor Society, National Junior Honor Society, both student councils, and high school advisors. So yes, so the local share of network improvements had previously been voted out by school committee. In this budget, I'm bringing them back in. Service agreements for Envision had been previously looked at being voted out, bring them back in. And then the clubs had previously been voted out, and that was one that we had wanted to bring back in. So yeah, so I think by default, if the school committee had accepted this budget as is, those limited clubs listed will be brought back, and they're really the leadership clubs.
I know no one's going to be happy with me about this, but I got to be honest. I said it early on in the budget process. If the budget goes down and we have to make hard choices, you know, I stand by my comments earlier on. You know, sports, the clubs, everything's off the table from my standpoint, and others, you know, I'm one of 5. But the truth is the vehicles are falling apart. We need to make some structural changes. We can't keep doing this year after year of taking the short-term satisfaction of doing the programming, which I agree, as a parent, my daughter could be in Honor Society right now. But I'm just gonna have to instill in her that personal pride of saying, you know, you're doing a great job, give her the pat on the back, and I'm sorry, this year you're not gonna be able to apply for the National Honor Society, be part of it. But, you know, when we have these big deficits in front of us, I know from my standpoint, like I emailed you about vehicles. I know this has come up. I saw the pictures of the vehicles at physical plant. If my concern is that is a reoccurring cost. If we don't address it now, and next year we have, or even this winter, we have a catastrophic failure on a truck and we can't get that truck up and running, we're gonna have to find money to replace that truck. We gotta plow snow. So we're gonna get hit either way. And we're not planning for that. So, you know, from my standpoint, I want to be supportive of the administration on some of the structural stuff, because I think we've come to a point where we've deferred it for so long that we can't afford to just keep taking these short-term actions. And I know that's not popular with parents. I know that's not popular with certain members of this committee, but we've got to shore up the system here. This is not working. This has been going on for years.
Right, but I think, let's be honest. This is a disaster. Okay, let's not candy coat it. This is a disaster we're dealing with. The fact that level funded, the fact that 992 people voted to support, and like I said, there's a lot of dynamics here, but so we're putting forward something like, I'm not going to throw the seniors to the wolves. Last year we dealt with that. And again, the committee can choose to do what they choose to do, but we put in things there that we've always talked about, feeling that we have seniors that to get into college, being part of the National Honor Society is going to make or break where they go. And we can make the same argument for everything else. I mean, like the takeaway from this needs to be that without some support, like think about it, $2.5 million in the hole, we are not going to make it next year. We'll produce something. There'll be massive layoffs. It won't be a scare tactic. We're saying sports won't come back. They won't come back. There's no funds. So we're presenting based on today what we know, but we also know this budget can change, right? The council could come back. They could do something else. We can come back and vote on another budget. That's the hope. But the budget as presented is a disaster. Let's be honest about that. I don't feel good here as a superintendent putting this budget forward, but it's a reality. I said to Sarah, I said to other individuals, tonight my role is I'm superintendent, right? This is my job. I have to put forward something that balances the budget. But if this is the budget we stick with, we are in trouble. We are in trouble. I don't see how we make it. And our job is to try to balance the budget this year. So whether it's trucks or National Honor Society, we're in deep trouble. And we've tried to convey that no matter what we say, it's threatening, you shouldn't do this. We said all along, people need to support education, not ROTC, just the ROTC, not just football, not just cheerleading, not just drama. We need to support education, And the last thing I'll say, and I know it's your turn to speak, Mr. Murray, but we get people threatening me all the time. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave. Like, what is it going to take for people to fight what they believe in Coventry? A robust educational system. So tonight, my role is, this is the budget. We're going to ask you to approve it. If you want to make changes, feel free. But I need to write a letter with Mr. Anderson and get it to the town council. It's kind of like our first real formal shot across the bow that we're serious. This is our dire situation. I feel bad for every single individual that's bought a house here in the last 3 or 4 months that has no clue what's going on in Coventry. My heart really goes out to them. So, we'll take any questions and we'll deal with stuff, but this is a disaster. What has transpired here is a travesty to a community. And we are not like other communities. I'm tired of listening to people say, everybody's going through this. They may be, but not to this degree. Not to this degree. 992 people. 992. It just blows me away. So, and I said I wasn't going to get passionate tonight. I was just going to be matter of fact, but this is a disaster.
I appreciate the points, but it doesn't solve the issues, right?
We're not solving issues tonight. We're not solving issues tonight. That's not what this is about, unfortunately, but our legal responsibility.
I differ, I respectfully differ in the fact that we as a committee, as an administration, need to come together and balance the budget. The math isn't lying, right? The voters did what they did. We can agree with it. We can not agree with it. I can fight with my neighbor. That's my right. But the bottom line is, that's the way they voted. I don't hold ill will against them. It was part of a larger narrative that's going on in this town. This wasn't part of a vacuum. This has to do with fire in this town, has to do with sewers in this town, has to do with other things that were part of the narrative on the vote. So I don't blame them. I don't think everyone's against school. I'm disappointed. But the bottom line is we need to do our job. From my standpoint, the math is telling me that we've kicked the can down the road year after year after year after year. And we've done this same situation year after year after year after year. So from my standpoint, I'm just expressing my opinion that I know all of this stuff. I don't know what's going to occur over the next couple of months. I know our COVID issues are rising, the quarantines are rising, and we may be out of school in a month or two, the way things are trending. So that may be, all of this discussion may be moot. But, I'm a big advocate for investing in things, even in down times, to shore up the system. Because I think the only way you dig out of a hole is to structurally repair it. And that causes pain on the short term. But over the long term, I think you can repair the system. So that's a lot of abstract language. But for example, things like vehicles, investments in technology, things we know that are reoccurring costs, that if we have to make some sacrifice right now to put some money into those, like I've said on the networking, I'm glad to see it back in. And it's painful to spend $250,000 on that effort, but it's going to pay off the dividends for the next 5 or 10 years. It's like capital investments. And so, you know, politically, the easy thing to say is we're going to bring back everything and we're going to try to bring back sports and everything else. The hard thing to do is make those cuts, which I appreciate you're keeping in, Sarah, because the math isn't lying. At this point, we have to believe in the math. And, you know, sometimes we haven't done that always. Sorry to diatribe here, but I did have, you know, I don't know where else we go from here. I think structurally, I mean, I went through the whole budget. I know what you're trying to do. The last thing I'll express, and this is for anybody who's listening, is we have money in here from the town that is for COVID that has not been put through. The request went in over a month ago with the previous council, well, not what will be now the previous council, and no action was taken. So I'm hoping the new council can take it up immediately upon their seating, because we obviously need this if we're going to continue. And you'll get in the cash flow later. I can only imagine what that discussion is going to be like. That said, the last question is, Sarah, was there any benefit or any thought to, and I don't know if it matters from a budget standpoint, but I'm spitballing here, of taking the 1.3 million that we're allocating from fund balance out, because that is a one-time cost. I know we have to balance the budget, but we typically balanced it on prospective allocations from the town. Ergo, another vote, right? So that is sustainable. That is maintenance of effort. Or put in the allocation from the town from fund balance and tag it with a maintenance of effort. I don't know if that, it doesn't really make a big difference in a big piece of pie, but my concern is we're taking fund balance, it's one time, putting on an operational item. So if we did put something in there as a placeholder that was operational and reoccurring, ergo maintenance of effort, and we slid that fund balance over to a one-time, I don't know, maybe it just makes me feel better, but maybe you can comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that we could look to do, and I think really that would be almost more of a conversation with the town council, unfortunately, coming in. You know, in our conversations with town administration, it didn't sound like they were going to attempt to bring a third budget forward. I would love to see that revenue stream be covered by maintenance of effort, both for this year as well as for going forward. So that's why I shifted that, because it didn't seem like there was going to be an attempt for a third go around at a budget. I left the town money in on COVID because while there's been no action, there also hasn't been an action to vote it down. And we also kind of got the indication that they weren't really going to ask the current town council again. They were going to wait for the new town council before this request went forward. So I am happy to shift that either way. If we think that there's a chance that a third budget could go forward, and we want to try and adjust it, you know, back up with the maintenance of effort. I don't really know, even if I swap the two fund balances, if that money is allocated to us by the town as a use of rainy day funds, I still don't know if that will count as an MOE. RIDE did issue guidance that certain COVID expenses would be excluded from maintenance of effort. I will say that the information written by RIDE was very well written, I guess, for both sides to use it to their advantage for an argument. So I think there is wiggle room with the council saying that's not maintenance of effort. And I think there's wiggle room for a school committee saying, oh, but these are reoccurring costs. So I think that that's something that we could look to consider. But I think maybe we should look to even wait and see if we can get a budget workshop with the new council together. And I think that this we're at a point where as a community, we need some long-term strategy. And I think that is certainly a viable option to discuss.
I'm just trying to get creative because, to be honest, I don't see how we don't try for another budget. And I agree, it's terrible timing. We're going to be into Christmas. Most people don't want to hear it, but what I did hear from a lot of people in this last budget was they went from 0 to 4. And they could have shot at 2, and I probably would have voted for it. But because of the extreme, it was a problem for me. And honestly, it was a problem for me. Like me as a resident who's been impacted by taxes and everything else. And I know I sit on the school committee, but I had a problem with it because of all the tack-ons and the non-stated use of those monies on the town side. We've been very explicit on where we're going to spend that money. So the reason I say I don't feel that we have an option is because we're going to go into next year and we're going to be running an enormous deficit. If we don't tackle some of it this year, it's only going to compound. And we need to express that to taxpayers is that there's no way out of this. The state will step in and the state will make them pay. And I feel terrible about that, but that's just the way the ball rolls. So you do it the hard way, we can do it the easy way. And the easier way is to think about it and plan for it. And so I think we're going to have to make that case to the new council. And hopefully they just at least provide some, even if it's the money we lost from state aid, would have been something. We could have easily justified that to the public and said, listen, we got cut by the state. Don't blame us. Blame the governor or blame Rye, right? But we didn't even have that chance. So I'm just trying to think creatively. I know that's a lot for this meeting because some people probably don't even know what the heck I just said. But I do think putting that in, maybe going to a budget work session, this goes to Kathy, maybe we try to get something scheduled soon.
So, Mr. Murray, I just want to say at the end of the agenda, that's what I'm bringing up, talking about as soon as the new council is having a joint meeting.
All right.
So
Sorry to steal your thunder.
no, it's no thunder. It's just, I think it makes sense that we need to, lay the cards on the table and be as transparent as we can be. And just, all I'm looking for is willingness to dialogue, to have, people ask questions will be nice. So I agree wholeheartedly with what you're saying, and that's the intent of it. So
right. I know I'm capitalized a lot of time. Thanks, Kathy. I'll leave it at that. I know that I could nitpick this budget a million different ways, right? But at the end of the day, we're trying to find a round number to work with. And we know that this is going to change going forward. I just wanted to express how my views are, again, my views about the structural system, really investing in those, and the curriculum coordinator, the vehicles, and some of the other things. If we have option, prioritize those. And again, I know we don't have a lot of options. Maybe we can do that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mrs. Colonian?
I was just going to say that the same thing. I think that we need to go back to the council and work on a budget that is going to pass, not, we're going to throw in 4% because that's what we're going to do. I noticed that, along with Ann Dixon, our 3 council elects are in the meeting, which is nice to see because, Ann was the only council person that actually attended our meetings. And so I think that's a great start right there, is to have everybody here and listening to this, and maybe we can, get the dialogue going again and see what we can do to present, a budget to the town that they can stand behind. That's all I have to say.
And Kathy, you're on mute.
Thank you, Mrs. Colonian. And finally, Mr. Pearson.
I'm not a lip reader. Sorry, I was waiting for you to get off mute. I have notes. I'm looking at my notes. The workshops is definitely important. One of the questions I have for Mr. Levis is, in a previous meeting, you reported out that you had a meeting scheduled, immediately after the last all-day referendum with, I'm assuming, town manager and town finance director. what was the feedback? Like what are the expectations moving forward, or were they as confused or unsure is a better word, as we are?
I and Sarah was there, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was really, let's wait to see after the election and see what happens. And, nothing was going to take place. It wasn't, it was really let's wait and see. Am I right, Sarah? That was pretty much the gist of it.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of airing of sentiments over the process in general, but I think the outcome, as nicely as I can put it, but I think the outcome of it was really it seemed like they were just going to wait and see what the new council was going to do. I think the unfortunate part is that from a town perspective, outside of the $439,000 cut that we didn't even know at that time, the town had already previously always been putting forward a 0% budget, and we've always been identifying that we have significant needs. So I think the angst was definitely felt more on our side because we knew we had expenditures coming in that we weren't sure how we were going to cover. But as far as an outcome of that meeting, it was really, let's just see what the new council does.
Okay. And from a town governance perspective, I mean, the charter is clear in that, they're supposed to go back. There is supposed to be attempts at getting a budget passed. However, the correct process is for that. Shame on them for not putting a charter amendment before the voters to actually put some time frame around that. Because quite frankly, the new council, I don't think they will, but the new council could wait until June to pass the 2021 budget, which would be abhorrently awful. So I think it's we can't be passive is my point. If there's going to be a new budget, if that's what the new council is working toward, we have to be, if they're not driving, we have to drive them, goad them into taking action. I've always wanted to use the word goad in a meeting. I agree about the whole 4% thing. The background machinations were just horrible. It was, 4% for the sake of 4%. It was almost like pulling budgetary expenditures out of a hat on the town side. I still consider that a poison pill. I think that was intentional to get them to shoot down the budget and pass it off to the new council. So for the potential council-elect folks online, it's in your hands now. And I say potential because the votes aren't certified, so I don't want to make any assumptions. Except for Jamie's case, because he was unopposed. Sorry, Mr. LeBlanc. Workshops is interesting too. Getting workshops scheduled is important, but I also have to remind everyone we're having workshops in a month anyway on the 2022 budget. If we have to combine sessions, as awful as that sounds, and as lengthy as that would be, so be it. But clearly, not only do we have to finish the work that was supposed to be done by June of this year, but we have to start preparing to do the work that's needed by June of 2021 to prepare for the 2022 budget. A lot of stuff on the table in a very short amount of time, short amount of time. February, we have to give them a budget by January, February for 2022. There's not a lot of time on the table. And I know we're so, one of my big concerns is that we're so consumed by 2021, as we should be, because we still don't have, we're still working off of that 1/12 allocation. It's horrific, but now we have 3 months to prepare our 2022 budget. This isn't something in the distant future anymore. It's happening now. So everyone, please keep that in mind. We can't sit on our hands and expect 2021 to be the only thing we're working on the next few months. I have in my hands, the letter that I received, and I assume well, everyone's copied. So I assume the council and the other school committee members got it from the Auditor General. We're lucky in that he is deferring expectation for a corrective action plan until fiscal 2021 budgets have been adopted by both the town and the state. But be clear, if we can't get a budget passed and we're still in a situation where we're spending more money than we have coming in for revenue, that corrective action plan needs to be developed. So on top of all this budget discussions, if we're not getting what we need to operate, that corrective action plan has to happen. That's why I'm hesitant to support any additional budget vote at this time. I know we have to, but I don't know. It doesn't, as Craig, as you said, it doesn't solve any of our problems. It's just something we have to do and get forward to the council.
Yeah.
So that's my hesitation.
Yeah.
Our budget should solve problems. It shouldn't.
Right.
Shouldn't be this way. But again, our hands are tied. I'm not blaming or pointing fingers at anyone. You've done a lot of work to get us to this point. I can't even imagine how much work to get us to this point. But we're in a sinking ship. So that's all I have to say for now.
Yeah, and Mr. Pearson, I just want to say that I think I mentioned it, but I may not have. We've notified, Sarah's notified the Auditor General about what we're doing, what we're presenting tonight to keep them, abreast in terms of the steps. And, I need to be hopeful that what we're asking you to vote on tonight is not what we end up with ultimately, but it's where we're at tonight, and it's a legal responsibility that we have. So I agree with the workshops that, we need to make sure that we're not just meeting, but there's some, hopefully some definite outcomes and actions plans that come from them, not just two groups coming together, and I'm hopeful too that will transpire. So.
Before I let you speak, Mr. Florio, I'd like to give my opinion or questions. My first thought is to thank Sarah and the central office team, all the people who were involved with figuring out what needed to be cut from different lines so that we could in fact present this tonight. It's what we have to do. I am very, very hopeful that when the town council is sworn in, our new council takes their seats, that I think if I had to guess, they all realize this is a primary responsibility that they have, that we cannot sustain last year's budget going forward. That if in fact we do not put another budget forward for this town a new referendum for this town to pass, this year we may straggle by, but next year will be our Armageddon. I mean, we will not survive next year. And so we need some tax revenue in our maintenance of effort in order to move forward next year. And like Mr. Pearson said, and other people have said, we're in the midst of trying to figure out what FY22 is going to look like. Never mind trying to struggle through FY21. So I'm hopeful. I think the dialogue needs to stay open, and I'm going to remain positive. And I think I'm going to support this budget, motion just because it has to happen. And I'm not so much worried about particular cuts here or there, because I do understand that everything is fluid. So this is the best we can come forward with, I believe. So I'm going to trust the administration for coming forward with this budget as we see tonight. That being said, I know, Mr. Florio, you had something to say?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I know you always like to speak last, but I've done some thinking about this. And in this budget, we need to have something for senior class and honors. We really do. Because That's the whole point of graduating, Madam Chair. You have to have something for the senior class and for the honor society, for these kids to get into college and to exceed in life. That's my feeling. And if that's not in the budget, I'm not going to vote for it. I really do believe, Craig, you know what I'm saying. We've talked about it. I need something in this budget. I want to see our seniors. They took it on the chin this year. I don't want to see them take it on the chin again next year. And I think the Honor Society really, the kids who excel need the Honor Society in order to get into college.
So Dave, I'm not sure if you heard before, but we put that in the budget. We put that in the budget.
You
So
put it back in the budget?
yeah,
Okay.
that's what I think Mr. Murray and I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Murray who was saying that we need our vehicles. I mean, but, you know, we also need to support, you know, our students. And then, you know, we could get into a debate on everything that we've cut or everything we've put in there, but
That's in the budget. That's in the budget, Craig.
in the budget, right. But also know that whatever gets approved tonight, most likely is going to change probably several times
Okay.
before the end of the year. My belief, I'm hoping that, you know, if this is the budget that we're ultimately dealing with, we're in trouble. You know, we
Yeah.
can't begin next year with a $2.5 million hole. And so.
I understand.
And just, you know, I mean, and I know, Ms. Pano, I just want to state that
Thank you, Ken.
I'm living up to my legal responsibility tonight and trying to protect all of us. And if the budget didn't get approved tonight, then it falls on the shoulders of the school committee. And I'm not trying to do that. You know, I talked to Mr. Anderson before. Like I said, he and I need to we need to write a legal letter to the town that indicates that, you know, we've taken the steps to revise the budget based on what we know today. And so I want to be clear. I fully understand, and I understand everything everybody's saying, but I also think we all understand that this is not our final go at the budget. But as we are tonight, and to Mr. Pearson's point about a corrective action plan, we're going to lay out some scenarios that will get us there that aren't, you know, what we would like to be presenting, but that's our next conversation. We'll be looking at a couple of scenarios that are what we're going to be coming back to if things don't change. So.
Thank you, Mr. Levis. Mr. Murray?
Well, and I just want to respond to Dave, you know, just so you understand, yes, that it's in the budget. I was just stating that this is a work in progress. And I was stating my opinion that, you know, we really have to start looking at some of those items that we constantly cut. And there's, you know, I'm not looking to
I
have
know
a
that.
vendetta against clubs or anything else.
Oh,
The
Luke, I
truth is,
understand.
you know, from the bean counter standpoint, we can't, you know, I just don't feel like we can continue to avoid some of these structural issues we have, because every year it's the same thing. People say we cut sports, then the political arguments start and the, you know, the rankering, we bring sports back in, but then we cut everything else. And then the vehicles get older. The computers get older. You know, all this structural stuff just, that never gets any newer and it never goes away. So I hate saying that. I hate being in this position, and I'll state that out. And
I wasn't.
Is right. You know, we own the budget. We own whatever whether we vote for it or not, we own it. So
It wasn't meant to. I didn't want to insult you or say anything negative. I didn't want to. No. That's how I feel, Luke. That's all. It wasn't meant for you. It was just, I had to get it out, you know?
Yeah. Dave, you got a heart of gold. That's what we appreciate about you. So
Thank you.
I think
Thank
we
you.
all have to remember the budget is fluid. This is just a stopgap measure right now that we need to vote on. But what actually happens in the future is anybody's guess. And we can just try to remain optimistic that the new council is going to see clear to put forth another budget and put it in front of the voters. That being said, I believe this committee is ready to make a motion. So are we ready to do that?
I'm ready, Madam Chair.
All right.
Okay, Madam Chair, I propose the FY '21 budget year-to-date expenditures as presented / amended. Are we on?
No, we're on number 4.
That's I'm on number 4, right?
Yeah, the motion is to approve the updated FY 2021 general operations
Okay.
and COVID response budget in the amount of 74 million, that one. You see
Okay.
that?
I have the public agenda, Madam Chair.
I thought,
Okay.
it's on the long agenda.
It's on the long agenda. Okay. Well then, I propose, say that one more time, Madam Chair.
Do you want
I
me to
can,
do it?
You want me to
yeah,
make the
Donna,
motion?
why don't, Mrs. Clooney, why don't
Donna,
you
go
read the
ahead.
motion?
Okay, I make a motion to approve the updated FY 2021 general operations and COVID response budget in the amount of 74,357,820 and 3,193,674 respectively, for the combined budget of 77,551 and 77,551,494 as presented.
I second that motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And before I call for a roll vote, are there any attendees present that would like to comment or have any questions? Please raise your hand. I see one. Mr. Murphy?
S. Anderson, you're up. Please unmute your mic, state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, hi, Susan Anderson, Harkney Hill Road. Can
Hi.
you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, it's my understanding from some of these other meetings, and maybe someone can correct me if I have misunderstood, there's a certain amount of funding that comes to the school per student. Is that correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Is there any sort of estimate in your budget in how much of that funding will be lost when there are no extracurricular activities for these students? There will be a mass exodus from the school district.
Right, so I think that's going to be in FY 2022 really is when we'll see that exit. And I would say over the past couple of years, just with all the budget issues that we have had in the community, we've seen a significant rise in out-of-district tuitions. So I, not speaking on behalf of the school committee, but just from a financial perspective, I think that's a very real concern. And I think that's, I would say a travesty almost to the community. And I'm a resident and a parent here as well. Unfortunately, state law requires us to bring forward a balanced annual budget. And when we have such limited revenue streams, we unfortunately get in situations where we have to make sometimes short-sighted decisions, I would say, to balance the budget, because that's the reality of the funding that we have known available. But I think the loss of clubs and sports, and you could even say the significant number of students that we have in all of our teaching classes because of the number of layoffs we've had to do over the past years, where there's smaller class sizes in other districts. I think that all plays into an effect, and why we really did try and get the word out as much as possible. And really our tune has been the same since January, that the budget we're putting forward is the budget that we need, not to even grow our school system, but just to maintain what we have. So seeing that reduction come in, and twice having a level funded budget put forward by the town the first time, and then having the budget shot down again by the community, we're kind of left in a situation that we have to respond to the fact that the community voted down that budget, and we only have so much revenue to be able to meet our requirements from an expense side.
Yeah, I just haven't heard any estimate though of what sort of loss that may result in. I received a survey regarding transportation this year. The school asking, who would be using transportation, who would be willing to forego it. I haven't seen any survey come out about, students that may be leaving the school, something that where you could actually attach some sort of dollar amount to that or guesstimate.
Well, Sarah, you estimate, you provided tonight we're expecting about $500,000 in additional tuitions, right, short term? And so we know it's an issue, and to the point, it's a difficult question to answer because, you know, even if we put out a survey, it doesn't necessarily mean they're gonna go. And some people leave for different reasons. Some leave for sports, some leave for AP programs, some leave for CTE programs. Some prefer better CTE programs. So there's a myriad of reasons they leave. Your point is well taken. I mean, we've said it over and over again, that we've said it to council over and over again. The short-sightedness of cutting these programs, and that goes for programs too, because we tend to cut programs. Many years, Kathy has said this, many years we've cut programs over sports. But it doesn't mean that somebody in that program isn't disenfranchised as well and may seek other opportunities to find, you know, better outfit in other districts. So to the point where, you know, I think your point is well taken. I wish there was a better way we could quantify it. Sarah's the expert. I don't know if there's a way we can really truly estimate that. We can project based on past cycles. So I think one good way to maybe do it is look at this past cycle and say, if we've lost $500,000 in revenue this year, we might be able to expect we'd lose the same next year. To weight the argument. I don't think it's totally lost on council that we're losing this revenue. The question is how to repair it. And, you know, if it's just bringing school sports back, the question is, what else do we cut? And, you know, based on the presentations we're getting, we don't have a lot of options. Sorry for the long answer, but I think that's the bottom line.
No, but the point isn't just sports, but all the extracurriculars, and just, you know, having a school district that people want to send their kids to.
So
I don't
I
think
guess
it's lost on any of us.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not lost at all.
I guess my question is, and I live in a community, I live in Attleboro, and I say this, and people can take it however they want, but I don't understand why, like, people come to me and almost like a threat that they're going to leave because we're not doing this, when it's the community that is not, for whatever reason. But I've been here 5 years and it's been a fight, continuously a fight. And I don't understand why, instead of just saying, I'm gonna go to another community. First of all, if the schools fail, try selling your house. You know, I feel bad for those families that have just bought homes with young children. But, you know, what's it gonna take for this community to fight for their schools? You know, I hear all this legacy and history. People come up to me and show me pictures of their kids who graduated. They graduated from Coventry. So to me, it's worth fighting for, not just using it as a threat. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but people do this to me all the time. I'm gonna send my kids here. My son's going to go here. And it's like, I don't know what people want us to do. I'm passionate about education and about, you know, the youth are our future. But, you know, I go back to, as Mr. Mario says, the numbers don't lie. 992 people, for whatever reason, out of 26,000 almost registered voters for a community of over 40,000. And I can't comprehend it. And maybe I have to live here for many years to comprehend it, but I agree. I mean, we're going to lose people. We are losing people, but we don't have the resources. We don't have the support. And that's sad, you know. At the end of this meeting, we'll be talking about the school building authority. I saw 5 communities who have financial situations support construction, some major construction, some a bond like we had a few years ago, boilers, roofs, you know, health and safety. But, you know, we have a lot of needs, but I believe our kids, this community is worth it, but it doesn't matter what I think, you know? So if there's ideas or suggestions on how we can motivate people and engage people, you know, I think, you know, Mr. Pearson's idea, but we know the new council, we really need to get to work. But it's more than just the council. So nobody wants to be, I don't want to do this tonight at all. It's not why we get into education, at least not why I got into education. But it's my legal responsibility tonight. I guess that's what I'm fulfilling, for what it's worth.
Well, I might suggest adding in the budget a public relations line item. Very few people attend these meetings. They've been eye-opening since I've started attending them. But when I look at this budget, that's not going to do anything to increase that community support. It's going to whittle away that small amount of support that was received.
It's interesting you say that, because Sarah, what was my email today? I've been railing on this. We don't, I keep saying it. We don't have a budget problem. We have a communications problem. I truly think that the people of this town would come out and support if we provided the information in a clear, attainable fashion. And if on the town side, they provided some options. So if we work with them, and I'm hoping those who are listening on the new council or prospective new council, sorry, I think if we had multiple options that we presented the public with the clear cuts and outlines in an easily digestible fashion, it would go a long way. And I think we all know that intuitively as residents. I mean, we're all residents here, everyone on the school committee, and we all vote too. And I've been very frustrated with it as a taxpayer. So we, it's nice to hear that you actually make that suggestion, because it's something that we've realized. I guess our fear is you add that position in and somebody says, well, that's a waste of money. Why do you need a communications person? That's the initial response. But the truth is, pushing out, there's a difference between marketing and communication and information. If it's true communication information to the community that they can make their own decisions on, impartial, I think that's a great investment. So thank you for the comment.
Okay. Are there any other hands up, Mr. Murphy?
Yes, we have one more.
Thank you.
All right, Ted Tracy, you are up next. If you could just state your name for the record and your address as well.
Ted Tracy, 25 Sonia Drive. Council, school committee, I feel bad. This is a tough spot for you, but I have one question. Looking at the long-term ramifications right now, this year, the state aid to us was cut, and that's kind of roughly, we were asking for 1.8 million from the town to make up for it. They cut 900,000, that's about half of it. Do we have any idea, does the funding formula give us a long-term projection on what we're gonna get? Or is it, they tell us at the beginning of the year?
Right, so the way that the funding formula usually works is we get a preliminary estimate in October. But it's based on previous year's enrollment. And then we don't get final, well, I hate to say final because we're still waiting on, the year that we're in. We get projections usually in the middle of March to April, because it's based on the March 1st enrollment data. One of the things, and actually thank you for bringing this up, because one of the other things that the state is trying to handle right now for FY22 aid, and this is on their radar, but anything we can do to communicate to our state legislators would be beneficial. The way that the funding formula works, there's a significant portion tied to students who are determined free and reduced price lunch students. Because USDA has extended free meals for all students, regardless of their economic status or their family status, there is question about both the validity and whether or not students even need to turn in the free and reduced price lunch meal applications. So if we can't collect those, which we can't because there's no incentive for them to be turned in, and legally they don't even need to turn them in. When they do the March 1st snapshot of enrollment, our free and reduced price lunch number of students will be, basically none. And we do get a significant portion of state aid from that. So the state is trying to grapple at how they're going to handle the funding formula from that respect based on USDA's extension. But as far as a long-term multi-year projection from state aid, no, we don't get that. And actually, that's been one of the biggest frustrations with the funding formula after their initial phase-in, is that it fluctuates year over year. So oftentimes we're up $1 million one year and then we're down $1 million the next. And there's a lot of factors that play into it, but it's extremely difficult in planning, especially when you enter into multi-year contracts, because the state education aid is all over the place, and it will be even more so for FY 2022.
To add to that, because there's an aspect of this, Sarah, you're so in the weeds, you missed this part. Funding formula determines our portion of state aid. So the overall top line state aid is dependent on the state budget passing. which hasn't happened for this fiscal year either.
Correct,
So-
yes.
So we can kind of project how much state aid we'll think we'll get in the future because they don't usually cut it, but they can. They can add to it too. They don't much. So the top line is state aid, and then all the factors Sarah talked about much more eloquently that I could even try. Factor into that as well. So projecting beyond a year or two is nearly impossible with the funding formula.
And Ted, just last thing, my last thing is, if you want to look at some information on this, there was a Senate report done, unfortunately, just pre-COVID in January, which actually had a recommendation for a maintenance of effort on the funding formula. And I believe that was it Senator Pearson, Mr. Pearson, Member Pearson? So.
No relation.
No relation. But it was a very good dive into the funding formula to review it. And that has been one thing that has come up over and over, is having a sustainment of effort year after year.
We could debate that too, because that's an
So
interesting
it's a
concept, but it's not on our
frustration.
agenda, so we can't.
Yeah, it's a frustration on all sides.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ted. I guess we have some more hands up, Mr. Murphy.
Yes. Kathy, you're up next. If you could state your name and address for the record and unmute your microphone.
Kathy Destralis, Teakwood Drive. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So does the fact that the budget got voted down, does that change, and this is for Mr. Levis, does it change our plans moving forward with the model we have? So right now my son's a senior, and I want to thank Mr. Florio for, calling out our seniors, and hopefully we can have a good year. But is it going to change our plans, and what are the plans? Are they going to be able to go to school more than 2 days a week coming up? Is the budget going to, change that moving forward? What are the plans?
So when we're done with this agenda topic, we're going to talk about some possible scenarios to balance the budget. Nothing that we're going to vote on, or we're asking to vote on tonight. But so I would ask you to wait to the next agenda item, and we'll talk about that. So that'll be coming up shortly.
Thank you. I'm hoping they can go back more. 2 days a week is really tough.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thanks.
Okay, up next is Jen. Jen, if you could state your name and address for the record and unmute your microphone.
Yes, Jennifer Marzalek, 7 Tamarack Trail. I came a little late to the meeting, but I did get all of this agenda item. I just, as the vote happened, it was absolutely appalling to see the number of registered voters that actually came out to vote on this budget. It was pretty much like a slap in the face to everybody who had worked to put this budget forward, because we have a lot of loud, big speaker mouths in this community, and it seems like we're hearing the same ones over and over. And I honestly don't know anymore how to get the importance of this out to the community. It's horrible how little people cared to show up on that evening. I do know in previous votes going back a couple years ago it wasn't like a year and a half ago, in the June, where all of the teachers got laid off, there was a huge rally around that budget of sending out mailers and going door to door of obviously some of those things we cannot do now, but making phone calls and getting the word out about the budget. It would be nice if we could get some other community support rather than the parents and the certain individuals who are always out there and trying to get it out on social media and ask people to vote. It seems like when we had that big threat to slash all those teachers, we had huge support from everybody in the teachers union and whatnot. And it would be nice going forward to see how we could get that support for any budget that is put forth, hopefully sooner rather than later, to the town. I don't know how to stress. I mean, we've looked, and I know, Mr. Levis, you've said tons of parents come up to you and say, hey, I'm going to look here for my kid. Hey, I'm going to look there. To be quite truthful, we've already started looking, and I have an appointment on 3:30 at North Kingstown next week to take my would-be freshman for next year through a tour there. He's fighting me tooth and nail. He doesn't want to leave Coventry. He doesn't want to leave his friends. But this year it's sports and clubs. And then if another budget doesn't get put forward and this is what we're stuck with, what is it next? Is it the AP classes? Is it the career and tech classes? What gets cut from here? And I have to look, 2, 3, 4 years into the future for him. As a parent looking at different school systems, I'm really afraid we're going to be sending just that many more children out, but we're not going to be taking any children in. So how do we rationalize this? I'm not saying add sports, add clubs, just clubs. That's the answer. It's everything. At this point, we have to show as a community that we have something to offer our kids to stay and other kids to come, like they've always wanted to do. And it's going to cost us so much money as a town. I know with the new council coming in, hopefully they will realize that and be able to reinstate some of these programs. But this is a sinking ship, as you've said, and I don't know how we come together to fix it.
So Jen, can I just interject just for a second? Is that, and I say this all the time and I get a lot of flack for it, and I would say it again. It wasn't this is my opinion, and just my opinion. I'm not speaking for the committee or anybody else, but that rally that took place was because of the union president, Kelly Aronakis, and she rallied and got grassroots and different groups and unions to come out, and this community needs to do that. That's
right.
I don't, but for me, I don't understand. Like I said, maybe I'm not the most intelligent person in the world, but I don't see this happening elsewhere. I see in West Warwick, maybe 20, 25 years ago, but even then, students got together, grassroots, and were able to get a supplemental tax bill. I see people rallying. I saw it in Warwick when there was a situation. Here, anytime I spoke with parents about the sports a month ago, I said, you need to support education. When I spoke with the young student athletes, I said, we need to support education. And yet only 992 people, so not even the families that have children in sports that were adamant, came out and supported, because when you add it all together, it doesn't make sense. This community, instead of, my opinion, instead of just the fight or flight and people are flying out of here, need to stand up and realize, try selling your home if the schools fail. Home prices are skyrocketing. It's hard to get a home in Coventry. People that are buying these homes are paying well above asking price, and their families. So at what point does this community stop pointing the finger and start to say, this is important to the future of our community? But I can't answer that. And to think maybe a public PR person, this is more ingrained than just a PR person. Something needs to give and happen. And sometimes, and we've had this conversation, I've had it with many people, sometimes things have to get worse before they get better. But if people just leave, it'll come to a head at one point. But when will this community start to realize that education, a vibrant school system has to be at the heart? When will that happen? Because I thought that, from my conversation with certain people, certain key people in the community, I thought that we had reached that point. But obviously the vote, and again, there were many factors, like Mr. Pearson said, I believe it was set up to fail. But
absolutely.
But still, knowing the consequences, we've been very clear. We've had 400, 500 people on our meetings, close to, and we've been saying this message, right? And I assume people talk to one another. People have no problem, this is again my opinion, going on Facebook and making a comment. But I don't know how to be more transparent about the budget. I don't know, you hear people, you've been on this, where you shouldn't threaten, you shouldn't hold the students hostage. We're not holding anybody hostage. We're in dire straits, and this is our reality today, but it can change. And when we get into the next scenarios, nobody's going to like them, but those are what could happen if our funding stays the same or our situation gets worse. Like, we realize that we're not going to get an increase in state aid. We're going to be cut for the year, and we will not get any additional funds. So, but we can't lie about it. That's our current situation. That could be our truth moving forward. I don't know what else to do. We need to get people involved. People need to feel, some responsibility for the youth in this community. We've talked about taxes and freezes, and 65% of the people pay the tax increase for the rest of the community. I don't know what's going to give here. So, but this is our situation, and people are going to leave, and I feel bad for this community. I feel bad for the homeowners. I feel bad for, most important, for our youth, the ones that don't have a voice. You would think the adults in this community would have a strong voice for them. That's what I would expect.
Right. I mean, the one thing that I can assure you is I have a very strong voice. So, I mean, I have done literally everything that I possibly could while working a full-time job to help these, things go forward. And, it would be lovely for some other people to step up. Absolutely. But I mean, I don't know what more I can do, but right now I'm going to pay the taxes regardless. I'm not selling my home in Coventry. I've lived here forever. I have one graduating in the system now, and, he's had a really good education, but it seems like every single year we've had to fight for bits and pieces of that education, be it with votes and referendums and all. It just seems like every single year it's something. And I don't know. We feel the community, the parents that do fight, but we feel very defeated right now. And I don't know if I can go through another 4 years of this every single year going through this. It's just disheartening. It keeps me up at night. It brings you to tears when I have to see my son say, I don't want to leave my friends. And then I'm like, well, what do I do? Do we stick it out another 4 years? Or what do we do? I've given everything I can to this community and trying to raise funds and put myself out there, opened myself up to a whole lot of comments on social media that I didn't care to read and people were telling me about. I just tell me what to do and I will do it. Tell me what thing I need to spearhead and I will help make it happen. But we need some more help. We need some more parents absolutely to step forward. So, I mean, if we can do rallies and all the stuff like we did and raise all those funds, and I helped do it working a full-time job. There are a lot of other people out there that need to step forward at this point. And I think it's, I just thought it would be great to get some help and some backing for some of our educators. It would just be great to see them out there and helping us. That's all I meant by that comment.
Thanks, Jen. Mrs. Colonian, did you want to speak?
I just want to say, Jen, I feel your pain. I really do. It's this has been a big argument of mine forever. I mean, even as far as running for office, it's like very few people want to run for school committee, and I know what you're going through, and the only thing I can say is I can help, but we've got to get more people out there, and you're right. It's like, I think somebody put in the chat that, why didn't the town council put the vote in, on election day? I don't know. But I do feel it. It's like, this is my town. I raise my children here. And the school system's important, and it's important to, the value of your home. And if we don't have a school system there, I'm telling you, our home values are going to go down. And there are people that just bought some very, very expensive homes in the past year or so here, and I would hate for that to happen. So, thank you for everything that you've done. You have been wonderful, and I don't think enough people thank you. So I am.
Thank you, Mrs. Colonian. Mrs. Mingerelli.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one comment because I think Mrs. Marzalek hit something that was really important, and we should pause for a moment. And when she said that she was going to pay taxes no matter what, right? So I think, we had such a low voter turnout in Coventry. And we were talking, on average, let's say $20, $24 impact to families. But I think the point that's being missed and maybe not conveyed is that so long as you live in Coventry, you're going to be paying. And part of the tax dollars right now, to one school district alone, this year, we're paying $760,000. So there is a gap between saying, I don't want to pay taxes or increase my taxes to the community I live in, but yet I am going to pay a portion of my bill to make a different school district better, stronger, more robust. And it's a bleeding that we're not sure how to stop, but there seems to be a disconnect. And I think maybe that we need to start changing the message to really be, what school district does Coventry want to start funding? Because they're funding school districts. They're just not choosing to fund ours. And I think that is, so sad for the community that is really a beautiful community and has so much potential. But when she said that, I think that that's a point that we should be sharing more, is that we all are going to pay taxes, and we need to decide which community and which school system we want to pay to expand and grow, whether it's ours or a different one. So that's the only thing I wanted to add.
I hear that. I agree with that at a certain level, but I also understand. You have to understand. I think it's a little bit glossing over the fact that people want to do the best for their child and advocate for their child. And I hate to say this, but if they feel their child will excel in a different school district, that's going to outweigh their concern about where their taxes are going. But that's not to say you're wrong. I think that's a message. The message you just conveyed is one that doesn't get out there enough, and maybe it should. But it also should be. I read an awesome article a long time ago about Kathy, close your ears, about charter schools, and at least we can laugh a little. There was always an argument about charter schools about how they would drive the public school systems to do better, because it's competition. Well, guess what? It doesn't work that way. The dynamics don't function that way. We have, as a school committee, you as a school administration, and the taxpayers and the public need to work together to drive the school system to become better. And there's no one thing that does that. It's policy, it's funding, it's communication spirit. It's all these things work together to do that. And when you can make all those gears click and lubricate them with the funding, then that problem of people sending their children, if it's a problem, that the issue of people sending their children to other school districts or preferring to send it to charter or private school or whatever the case may be, homeschooling, we have a large homeschooling population, that doesn't go away, but it becomes less of a financial impact. So we need to keep pushing pulling all these levers we can to make it a better school district and attract students to come here. The financial situation this year is making that daunting, is not even a strong enough word. It's a daunting task. So just wanted to emphasize people are selfish. I mean, it really is. And there's nothing wrong with that. But that's their first mentality. What's best for my child, not where do my taxes go? Sorry, psychology lesson.
It's okay.
Over.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. I think we might have one more hand up, Mr. Murphy.
Yes. All right, Joshua, you're next. If you could just state your name and address for the record and unmute your microphone.
Josh Clements, 10 Gentry Farm Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Going back to something mentioned earlier around the budget and outreach, right? Are there other grants that may be available for that type of outreach effort, or just, general public education in terms of, how the school committee works, how the town budget works, and that maybe is an opportunity for the committee to look at, or if there's other grants available for, educational opportunities. And I think it's been echoed by a couple other, town members tonight. What are the other activities that we can take to help, advance the mission of the school committee besides getting people to vote. Obviously, that's a challenge when the vote is, not well, I think, advertised or put out there for that, the town budget vote. But, other letters or ideas that we can send to our state reps to get the state budget passed, like what caused that delay and how can we as, voters, taxpayers within the greater state, get action at the state level for support of the school budgets in the towns.
I can just say, Josh, one of the, or Joshua, apologize. One of the things we talked about last year, but we made a conscious decision not to do it, was having like a citizens advisory committee. And at one point we talked about having one for the school, having one for the town. At the time, we had been working very closely with the town manager, the town finance director, and it was decided, and this was pre-COVID, that we would have one kind of citizens advisory committee. And obviously that didn't work out well for us. And I think that's something, again, this is just my thought, but the more people we can have that we could meet with and that they could be help communicate, share the message within the community. That's a no cost, very low cost, probably not a lot of time commitment. We could do that on a regular basis, and it doesn't have to be just a superintendent. We could organize something like that, bring in different people to give out different information, but that might be something that, again, we were gonna do last year, and we decided to have one for the town because there was a conversation at one point where we're one town and we need to market ourselves. But again, when the pandemic hit, that just fell off the cliff. So that's one thing that might do. And just for grants, we've brought in over $2 million just in the last 13 months of competitive grants to help support programming, whether it's all-day state pre-Ks, curriculum work, trauma, social emotional supports for students, staff, the entire community. So I think we're always looking for grants, but to me, to answer your question, I think there's a lot that we could do to educate the population, and we just have to spread the wealth in terms of get different people to lead that. It could be a school committee member, it could be administrator, could be student-led, could be teacher-led. So I think there's some great ideas that we could do. And I'll be the first to admit right now, it's kind of like COVID 24/7, right? Thinking about safety and making sure we're, building relationships with our students and our families the best we can, taking care of each other. So, but those are great points you brought up.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Florio.
Mr. Levis, it wasn't just COVID. What happened was there was a reevaluation that occurred. And Tioga Lake, someone bought the land on the Tioga Lake and assessed a $1,500 fee for every family who was on COVID, who was on Tioga Lake, to pay for the use of Johnson's Pond, to pay for the use of Johnson's Pond. And then the Central Coventry Fire Department had a 4% increase. And these were all, if the council followed through in July when the budget was disapproved and they didn't wait how long they did, we may have been able to get a better deal. But we were in a storm. Not only were we dealing, in my district, not only was I dealing with individuals who had to foreclose on their property because they just didn't have the money. And what happened was there were many couples who lost their jobs because they don't have high-paying jobs, Craig. They're not, they're middle class or lower. And the landlord wanted the rent, and sure, they could try to get an extension on their rent, but they couldn't. Some couldn't get unemployment because they couldn't get through, and when they did get through, it was too late.
Mr. Florio, if I could just interrupt you, we're really getting off topic.
Well,
Um,
what I'm saying is, Madam Chair, that's why the budget didn't pass.
No, but that's not even really, I mean, I've been giving latitude to the citizens who are commenting, but this discussion is not about why it failed. It's more,
Okay.
we've got a motion on the floor to pass
Right.
the cut budget, basically. But, you know, obviously the citizens that want to talk are concerned about, you know, the fact that the budgets have failed. But that's certainly another discussion, and how we, if another budget goes forward, which I'm very hopeful for, how we get the community to come forward will be a discussion for another day. Certainly we can take all these ideas, but everyone's correct. We're going to have to do something different. And the town council is going to have to come and support what they put forward and really work with us on what that number will be. But yeah, anyway, so I think we have one more hand up, Mr. Murphy.
Yes. Kelly, you're up next. If you could unmute your mic and state your name and address for the record.
Hi, Kelly Aronakis. I just want to chime in because there was a parent that was very eloquent that spoke. And I just want to say that I think there's a little bit of misinformation, and I do think it's relevant, Ms. Patnode, if you allow some leeway. We're talking about you folks voting on a budget. As you were talking about that budget, you talked about you need town council funding, you need a new referendum and all of that. So I do think it all pertains. But I think one of the comments that was made was just a little bit off. It was made that the teachers and myself got very active because all the teachers were laid off. That was not the case. By the time the referendum came around on June 14th, most of the teachers, very much most of them, had been called back because you needed them to teach. I had been asking for 2 years for town council, for school committee, for everyone else to try to mobilize the community. And I kept hearing it couldn't be done, it couldn't be done. So yes, I got very active and mobilized the community. There's only 350 unionized staff that can vote in Coventry. We turned out over 4,000 votes. Those 4,000 votes were families and parents. So I just want to say that at that time, the town council wanted that second referendum to pass. So you saw there was a huge sign in front of CVS on Tioga Avenue reminding taxpayers that there was a referendum to vote on. The town council at that time sent out a mailing to all taxpayers asking them to vote. I really believe what happened this time, we do have the momentum. I don't think we have an ignorant electorate. I don't think we have an apathetic electorate. I think we have an uninformed electorate. And just like everyone else, I work 2 full-time jobs and have 2 kids. We're all very busy. Those of us that log on to these meetings do so because we know how important it is. Just because people don't log on does not mean they don't care. But I don't think that anyone went to the lengths. After we did all the work we did 2 years ago, I said, I'm not doing it again. Like, I got it done. We mobilized. Other people need to step up. I've asked town council, I've asked school committee, what are you guys doing? I think what we need to do collectively is just get the word out. That's all it was. There's plenty of people that care. There's plenty of people that support the schools and want the best for their children. The superintendent's correct. The homes that are selling in Coventry are selling for, average family home is over $350,000. 3-bedroom home, 2-bathroom home. Families are moving in. Families want good schools. And people that are selling their homes that have aged out and letting the family move in want good dollars for their homes. So I think what happens is when a certain segment of people want to vote to pass, they make sure the word gets out. For these last 2 referenda, there was no letters home to families. There were no large signs blinking on Main Street saying, hey, don't forget there's a referendum. So I think everyone needs to take responsibility. How many parents, how many teachers, how many whomever went to their neighbors and said, don't forget? My thing is always ask 5. If you're a vote in Coventry, know your voting strength, ask 5. Your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your kid, whomever, ask your neighbor. I don't think anyone did that this time. So it can't be left on one body. And I don't want this public to think that the union or Kelly did something because teachers were laid off, because teachers were called back when we worked our tails off to mobilize the community. I think it's everyone, every school committee member doing something. Like, you guys know, you're going to get mad, but I've said it before. You canvass when you want the votes, canvass when you want a budget to pass. Parents canvassed this time. Parents bought signs. I get credit for a lot of things I didn't do, but parents mobilized because they were aware. It's our job to make people aware. So I think if and when you guys are voting on a budget now, You need money to get the budget to pass. Everyone has to look in the mirror and say, what did I do personally to get the budget to pass? And I don't think that happened this year. I actually think there were negative forces behind the scenes. I don't think every school committee member was on board. We have people vote no and don't explain why. We have people on the school committee working with people on the council in adverse to the budget. I think we put a stop to that. That's not going to happen anymore. But I think if you look in the mirror and you wonder what you did, if we could all put our head on the pillow, say we did what was best for our kids, then we're all good. But everybody has to do their part. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. I think that might be it, Mr. Murphy. I don't see any more hands up. So I think it's time for us to call for a roll call, please, Donna.
Kathy Patnode,
Yes.
Dave Florio,
Yes.
Luke Murray,
Yes.
Donna Colunian,
Yes.
James Pearson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the comments. Moving on to number 5, fiscal 21 balanced budget scenario presentation and discussion. It was our reference number 4, so we have a PowerPoint, I believe. Mr. Levis, did you want to begin this?
I'm just going to ask Mr. Murphy to put it up on the screen if he can. Most of this is financial data. Can you go to the next slide, Mr. Murphy? So Ms. Mangiarelli already went through these. These are the financial changes that took place after the all-day referendum, post-all-day referendum. So we received that generous sports donation from so many people that were involved. And when we thank them, anytime we get donations, we're thankful. Sarah had talked about the FY 2020 carryover, how that's going to be shifted from COVID to operations. We discussed the COVID-related grants. We received the $62,000 from the School Building Authority and the $78,000 from the Department of Ed in terms of the substitutes. And then we discussed how we received the housing aid maintenance from the state had put it in a reserve for the school department only to be used for maintenance. And we discussed how we had applied for that $500,000 approval. And Sarah went over the transportation in terms of our outer district transportation, a significant increase in tuitions. She had just mentioned we're paying one district alone over $700,000. Our utilities, we know from our conversations with Creative Environment Corporation and Mrs. Jeannie Reddy that because of the electric heat in some of our buildings, we could experience doubling of our expectation in terms of our electrical budget for the winter. And the change in expenditures we talked about, again, tuitions, utilities, and the salaries. There were some adjustments made in salaries, both on both sides in terms of there were some savings, but also we have additional positions that we are putting in, such as RNs. And can you go to the next slide? Sarah talked again about state education aid. We're not sure this year whether or not there'll be a significant cut that could be up to $1.9 million. Sarah said she had included the entire amount in our budget, but we were projecting probably, I think in the Department of Ed had told us to look at potentially a 5% cut. We don't know about the town allocation. Again, Mr. Pearson asked that question. We had a meeting the day after the all-day referendum, and we talked about this, but we were really waiting on the new council to come in place. We had submitted our budget to the council, to the town manager about our COVID needs. And again, the loss of state education as we don't know where that stands. And then the other part is potential state required changes in learning environments. So we don't know, and I think it came up in a discussion. The governor could close down. I think it's apparent, obvious. I get this all the time, especially from business owners. They say, well, how come they're applying this in our situation, but they're not applying these rules in schools? And I think it's clear that there's a strong intent, effort to make sure that we keep students in schools. You know, we're going to do what we need to do to make sure that our environments are safe. And we'll talk a little bit about how we respond to COVID and the numbers we've had. But I can say emphatically that what's being brought into our schools is being brought in from outside, and that we're not experiencing anything compared to what is being experienced in the general population. But that could have an impact on our budget. If the governor decides to close down schools for a period of time, whether it's several weeks or several months, that also will have an impact. Next slide, please. So this is what I'm going to turn over to Sarah.
Okay, so we're grappling with a couple of things, both, you know, on paper, what it would look like if we ran a deficit, and then what that actually means from a cash flow and being able to, you know, pay our vendors and whatnot. So I tried to put this together to show both what it would look like from a deficit perspective and when I think we could run out of cash, so to speak, if all or one of these scenarios come into play. I want to caution too that what I'm putting forward, and again, you know, this was sent to the Auditor General and the Department of Ed after it was shared with you, saying that this was up for discussion so that they knew exactly where we stand and what we're trying to face and grapple with. And this was also sent to the town administration for their review so that they had an understanding of our situation. So just using the budget that we have now, and again, you know, Mr. Levis spoke on some of the areas of concern. Probably one of the biggest wild cards from an expense side right now is utilities as we get into the winter months, especially our two school buildings that use electric heat. I'm looking at if all of these scenarios came through, one being the state continues to fund us at 91% because even though that's not a budget definite, from a cash flow perspective, we're only receiving 91% of state education aid. If the town does not come forward with COVID funding, and worst case scenario, if the state reduces and the town doesn't come forward with funds, I'm looking at us burning through all of our reserves from a cash flow perspective. And I want to remind the school committee that this year we're operating under our own bank account. So as I get low in cash, I actually have to call the town and say, I need some cash. Otherwise, you know, I'm concerned about releasing checks. So I'm looking at probably a February issue from a cash flow perspective. And I also want to note that this draws down 100% of all reserves. So, you know, we've spent a lot of time talking about FY20 carryover. You know, even in the FY19 audit, we did have surplus that was in existence that I don't necessarily look as surplus to budget. It's truly cash flow. Summer months are tight from money coming in. We're not receiving tuition aid. State education aid is lower, especially this summer. They weren't paying until the very last day of the month. So cash float was very difficult at the beginning of the summer. So I put in every single ounce of cash that we have, which is shaded in the middle of the screen at the 2.7 million. Again, estimate because we haven't completed the FY20 audit of what we would have to draw down. Under that scenario, just going through the first column, if we lost the state funds and the town did not give us any additional funds, we would have a budget gap from a cash flow perspective of about $832,000. And what I'm doing is I'm looking at the budgeted use, I'm looking at the deficit line of the 1.954 and looking at what we're already using from our surplus. So we are showing a budgeted use of school surplus, but that's going to draw against that 2.7 million because that's cash that we have quote unquote sitting there on hand. So I'm adding together the 1.5 million plus the 1.9 to show that I need a total cash requirement this year of a reserve of the 3.5 million. I only have 2.7 in the bank, giving me a deficit of a negative cash flow of the $832,000. Going over to the next column, this is assuming that the state comes through and we get all of the state funding for the fiscal year, but the town does not give us any cash flow for our COVID expenses. And again, this is with all of the COVID expenses going through. The same scenario, I need to make up the cash flow perspective of the 1.578 of the budgeted school surplus plus the 1.524, which is what we're asking for from the town with a cash requirement of 3.1. And I only have 2.7 in the bank, giving us eventually a $402,000 deficit. Under worst case scenario, not receiving the state funds and not receiving any town funds. And you'll know even to make this a little bit more manageable, I took out $350,000 of COVID expense, mostly related to capital, saying, okay, if that was the case, we would not be able to do the recommended $800,000 worth of capital. Let me take that out to see how that would draw down our numbers. It still gives me a deficit of the 3.129 million, which is really the $1.9 million cut from the state plus the $1.5 million cut from the town minus the $350,000 gives me that 3.129. So in addition to the 3.129, I still need to have the cash reserves of the budgeted use of surplus on hand, which is the 1.578, showing that I need a cash requirement of 4.7 million, and I only have 2.7 million on hand. So this is what it's looking like from a general cash flow perspective. There's been a lot of question over where we sit right at the moment. I will say at the beginning of the year, it was very tight. I was calling John almost on a weekly basis saying, I need that cash, because we started a brand new bank account. Previously, our checks were all written against the town's bank account. So I never had to monitor cash flow in the same level of scrutiny that I do right now. But when we set up our new bank account this summer, the town only transferred in $350,000 to get started. You know, our average check run can be $500,000 to over $1 million, and payroll is usually at a minimum $1 million and up. So right off the bat, that was going to be tight. The town did transfer their monthly appropriations and biweekly payments. The state was not paying their state aid until the very last day of the month. And so that created a tight cash flow situation in the summer. And then when we started receiving grant reimbursements from the June 30th quarter end, those revenues came into our new bank account, even though, hold on. I'm sorry, even though hold on one second.
That's why I work from the office.
I'm so sorry. We're hoping that will calm them down, but you'd never be able to hear me if they kept going. So what ended up happening was we were collecting the receivables from the grants that concluded in June 30th. So the town had essentially paid the expenses associated with those grants. When reimbursement came in, it went into our bank account. Now at the end of FY19, we had a surplus of close to 1.3 million. And again, that includes every aspect of funds. And the town was essentially sitting on that cash. So what I really did was I don't want to say I forced collect the cash from the town, but because I scooped those receivables, that was essentially the town's way of transferring that opening balance of the 1.3 million. The town is still sitting on any of the cash surplus from a cash perspective. in their bank account from FY20 because I haven't scooped any more of that. But that collection of receivable cash is really what got us through the summer months. And then, really our big expenses don't get going until October. So we've just paid one transportation invoice for the school year. We just started paying our out-of-district tuition invoices. So now we're starting to feel the crunch from a cash flow perspective as all of our big invoices start to become due. So that's why, I think we've weathered the storm a little bit better to start the year, but things will start to get tight again, and I will be back into monitoring cash every single week before we release checks and before we process payroll to make sure that I have sufficient cash in the bank to do so. So some of this projection will also require the town transferring over from their bank account to ours the FY20 savings, because I don't have a bank account that has that full 2.7 sitting in there to start the year off, if that makes a sense. I know this is a really detailed slide. So I think maybe it would be best if we can maybe pause here before we go on and make sure that there's no questions or confusion on this.
I don't have any questions, but I'm definitely confused. But I'm glad you're in charge of this, Sarah, because I have no idea. I had no idea this even existed, that there were cash flow problems and bank accounts and everything. I mean, I knew there was some cash flow at the summer because I did hear that, but I wasn't sure why that was. But that's that. I don't have any questions. Mr. Florio, did you have any questions before we move on? You're muted.
I'm kind of blindsided by this, Madam Chair. So I don't have any questions.
All right, thanks. Mr. Murray, do you have anything?
Yeah, real quick, Sarah, I had asked you before, I think it was about a month ago, how we're sitting on cash flow. And you had said that right now we're okay, but turn of the year, and it sounds like February is going to be a critical date from month to month. I don't have a monthly breakdown. I'm not asking for that, but am I correct in sounding like if something doesn't change, we are effectively going to run short come February? Is that what I had heard?
Yes, that's my estimates. And I mean, I'm happy to give a monthly breakdown of the inflows and outflows because that's really what I'm, in addition to marking our actual expenditures, I'm doing projections of what our average monthly inflows and outflows are. So, but yes, yep. And that's what I noted in the top box there, that February is where I'm looking like we'll start burning through expenses faster than the revenues coming in, and we'll start burning through that surplus.
So does that include, I know you put a freeze on supplies, is that assuming freeze on supplies and other goods, or are you projecting that with expenditures leveled out month to month?
So I'm projecting that out at the expenditures of the budget that we just voted on. Now, I will say that all principals have been really fantastic with ordering only what they need to get by for 1 to 2 months at a time. So a lot of times teachers will request to order all their supplies for the entire year. We've stopped that, to say, no, we really need to only order 1 to 2 months at a time for a couple of reasons. One, should the learning environment change, we don't want to be sitting on supplies that we're not going to use immediately. And from a cash flow and just making sure that we can monitor our expenses as best as we can and to level that out, because it's very rare that we have 1 month that has the same exact expenses month over month. They definitely change. That middle of the year runs much higher than the end of the year and the start of the year.
And then the cash flow as far as, so we just talked about a grant, right? 500,000. I'm assuming hopefully that's not a reimbursement. That's a direct payable, or is that a reimbursement?
No, that's we won't have to pay anything out of that. So that we will send those invoices. We can pay and request reimbursement, but we will not. We will send those right in. Another thing that I did do that will help alleviate some cash in the short term, but we will have to ultimately spend all of that money, is the COVID grant. A new administrative allowance was released where we could request in advance. And again, this just came out within the past few weeks. It would have been really nice if they had done this over the summer, but this was more recent. That for the $747,000 that we can receive, they gave an administrative allowance that we could request in advance, $5 per student. So I was actually able to request all of the cash from that grant, even though we have not spent it all yet. So I have not received that cash yet, but I do know that that's coming too. So if that comes in and we haven't expended all of those funds yet, which we have not, that will give a little bit of a cushion as well. So we're monitoring a lot of different ins and outs right now, for the best way to put it.
And I'm assuming that 400,000+ in the housing aid, that is reimbursement. So that's being held, right? So we'll have to front that cash and wait on it a bit, right? Or no?
No, so the $439,000 we will not have to front. We can incur those invoices and send them to the state and they will process payment. The 44% reimbursement on that, we won't get until next year.
Okay, great. Well, there's some help here. And obviously you can do the old techniques of holding invoices on vendors and doing things. We hate to do that, but if you're running a business, it's not uncommon practice to push off your bills until you can get the cash flow. Unfortunately, what you're essentially telling us is we're going to hit a wall at some point, is the bottom line. Not because we don't have a budget, because we just don't have the cash flow month to month, because we're on the 1/12 is a big thing, right? So that's one piece of the puzzle, correct?
Well, so yes, and a couple of things. It's not even that we're on 1/12 of the expense. It's that we have revenue streams built in where there's cash that's not following it. So as an example, right now, we still have 100% of the state budget included, but I'm only receiving cash-wise 91%. So I have a cash flow deficit of 1.9 million, proportionally for the months that we've been in the school year so far, of that 1.9 million already. And that's why in that last column, you'll see it says how we are currently operating, because we have expended money for COVID already, even though the town has not authorized spending, has not authorized surplus to us. We had to move forward with things like hiring custodians in order to open our buildings. It really was not an option not to. And unfortunately, the town waited on giving those funds. So between having to move forward with COVID expenditures, that we identified a revenue source, but I don't have a cash stream coming in for all of them. And we're moving forward with a budget with a state aid revenue line item, but the full cash is not following that revenue item because we don't have, because they're only giving me 91% each year. I'm sorry, each month.
Understood. You're doing an excellent job. I mean, this is a tough situation. I'm going to send you a free bottle of Tylenol because I think you're going to need it. But thank you for all your efforts on this. It's very thorough. I was able to kind of follow the logic here, and unfortunately, following the logic doesn't lead to a good answer, but at least it's an answer, right? So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Murray. Mrs. Colonian, did you have anything? Any questions?
No, I just, it was very thorough, Sarah, and, very easy to understand, and I appreciate you putting this together. It's just unsettling, that's all. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And Mr. Pearson?
I'm following along. I'm waiting for the next slides because that's where it gets really ugly. So thank you.
All right, I guess that's it, Sarah. You can continue. Thank you.
So Jim, if you can go to the next slide, and then Craig, I don't know if you want to talk about this from this point out, or if you want me to stay with it. Either way is fine.
I
I will ask you for help very quickly. So as Mr. Pearson said, the next slide in terms of now we saw that there's potential deficits that we need to figure out how we're going to make up those deficits, right? Depending on the scenario. So what we're going to present is a couple of options that will save us some funds. These options are, we're trying to balance addressing student need, but also we have a legal responsibility to balance the budget. So the positive silver lining is that, and I use the analogy of like from a Christmas carol. Obviously this isn't Christmas and we're not looking at the future of Christmas, but these are scenarios that potentially we may be coming back asking the school committee to vote on, depending on our needs moving forward. Again, we do definitely plan on meeting with the new council and laying out what our needs are. Hopefully that there'll be another process, whether it's another budget or a process for us that will receive additional funds. So why don't we go to the next slide? So this is option number one. So option number one that we talked about would be, we would put the middle school and the high school on distance learning on January. Actually, this one is all students. On January, when we come back from the break through June 30th. This is how we started. If you remember how we started with our pre-K, kindergarten, all special populations, CTE. We started with those programs. In this model, we'd move everybody to the high school. So we'd in theory close down 6 buildings. So it's a very drastic scenario. So again, as I said, other than pre-K, CT students, students with special populations, including our ELL students, and we have like our CLAs and then all of our special education programs. Everybody else will be on distance learning. So the savings, we project approximately 1.5 million. Obviously, if we bring this back to vote on, there'll be much more detail. And I want to be clear, we talk about personnel here, but I've said before that this year, my intent is not to present a budget that balances on the backs of our employees that have been working hard every single day. But if we have 6 buildings closed, there's, again, most of our support staff, many of them work with all of our special populations. They would be shifting to the high school. But we would look at, we've hired additional custodians. Would we need all those? We'd have to look at other areas. But again, the major savings won't come from personnel, but it'll come from fuel. And again, in this model, everything will close at the end of the day. Our 6 buildings would be closed. So we'd save on energy, we'd save on fuel, supplies, we'd save on substitutes. When you think about, going on distance learning and think about the savings we had last year on substitutes. And this is where, again, we project that we'd have our largest amount of savings. So if you went back to the other slide, you'd see that depending on the scenario, we could end up having a $2.5 million deficit in terms of cash flow. And so these scenarios the intent is to get us so that we can pay our bills through the remainder of the year and balance our budget. Again, we sent this to the Auditor General's office. But there's a lot of negatives and downsides to this. Obviously, distance learning isn't for everybody. We know that. Even though we've improved our distance learning strategies, let's be honest, it's going to be very challenging for many, many students. We talked about achievement gaps for grades 1 and 2. Some of us, myself, Don Cowart, Courtney Metropolis, and Fred Shockard are part of a group that's working with the Annenberg Institute. And one of the things we're looking at is learning loss. How do we measure it? How do we address that? So going into this model, we know that we're going to create that. Again, social emotional learning. One of the greatest benefits we have, even for students that are in the hybrid model, is there's that contact. And I tell our teachers all the time to focus on those relationships. Let's make sure that we're taking care of one another. We lose that in this model. Obviously, student engagement. So, and think about the burden. You know, we talk about the 24 dollars a day. Again, the governor's intent is to keep students in school. In this model, most of our elementary students would be home, and that puts a burden on the families. But again, this is a scenario we're presenting because tonight, the legal responsibility is to balance the budget. I don't want anybody to think that we think this is in the best interest of students, or staff. But it's a model. If, you know, looking at our numbers and looking at our budget, you know, worst case scenario, we're going to need to save more than this. So next slide, please. So this is the second option we put forward. So this would be distance learning for all middle school and high school. So in this model, the only building we would close would be the middle school. We'd move all of our special programs for middle school and high school would be at the high school. Our elementary schools would be open. We'd have CTE students in like I said, our special populations from the high school and middle school at the high school. So again, every student, grade 6 and 12 would be placed on distance learning January 1st to June 30th, with the exceptions that I just mentioned. This model would save about $680,000. So when you look at one of our models, one of the scenarios Sarah had presented before, we have a shortfall of about $480,000. Again, related on substitutes, minimal in personnel, utilities, fuel, supplies. So the big savings here in fuel in the busing would be, we're still going to need those buses. We purchase buses by the day, but there'll be a savings in terms of the fuel. There'll be a significant savings in substitutes. There'll be utilities in terms of the middle school and in supplies, but that's what we estimate, approximately $680,000. Again, when we first started our reentry planning and first started working and looking at the governor's request, there was a strong push for us to keep our elementary school students in school. This model does that. It also, again, as we mentioned before, though, in terms of the relationships with students and teacher, social emotional learning, student engagement, those students that don't do well in distance learning, you know, again, we're worried about the achievement gaps for grades 6 to 12. So these are the two scenarios that we've come up with in terms of cost saving measure. There's obviously a measure that we could put if we got to that point where we're, you know, over the $2 million, where we would put everybody on distance learning, but we don't even want to bring that forward. We know that, you know, we're still trying to at least meet our most underserved, our students with the greatest needs. We're trying to make sure that whatever model we put in place, that we keep those students in school. But there is a model that we would shut down completely. But again, we don't feel that that's in the best interest of any of our students. At least here, we're trying to keep the needs of our greatest, most challenged population. We're trying to keep that in motion here in terms of addressing those needs. But none of these scenarios are great. And again, we just wanted to put them out tonight to say, these are realistic. This is what we'll be coming back with. Or something even, like I said, the third scenario I just threw out there, more drastic if we had to. But the hope is that, and I know I get always when I say that, people say, well, hope isn't gonna, you know, make things materialize. But we're hoping that working with the new council that we can address some of our needs and as it was said, to problem solve, working together, bringing all the stakeholders together again. But these are our reality. Next slide, I think it just talks about questions, comments. So again, we're not asking you to vote on this. We want to be realistic in terms of the, you know, what could be our future. You know, and this is in addition to all the other cuts that were put on the table. I think I need to clarify that. This is in addition to the cuts that we've already discussed and that was voted on. So, you know, these aren't great scenarios. I think one is better than the other, keeps more students in school. I know somebody had asked, they'd like to see their students in school more than 2 days a week. And I asked them to wait for this because obviously this doesn't do that. For the secondary students, middle school and high school, puts them all back on distance learning. But we, again, our responsibility tonight is to paint a picture of how we would get there. Again, there's not a lot of other places to cut. And this is, just be clear, this is for FY21. As Mr. Pearson said, FY22 starts. But if we have to make these drastic cuts, I mean, so legally, yes, we have a responsibility to put a budget together and there's timelines in the charter, but what is that going to look like? So I'll open it up to questions from the committee. And Sarah, please feel free to jump in to answer any financial questions.
Thank you, Mr. Levis and Mrs. Mandarelli. Mr. Florio, questions?
No, Madam Chair. I have no questions.
You,
It's a shame we had to get to this point, Madam Chair. That's all.
Mr. Murray.
No real questions. I think it's a little preemptive. I mean, I appreciate that it's put out there. I think we have to deal with the reality that this may be a reality. I think it's a little preemptive until we meet with the council, we figure out other options. I think we all want kids to stay in school. I think that's the goal. I think we've all stated that goal. So we're going to keep working towards that. And I don't want to give the impression to parents here that this is something that we're advocating for at all. I know I'm not advocating for it at all. If we can keep the kids in school, I think, you know, we have to focus on the core mission, the education. So whatever we have to do to provide that. And that's going to include, we've talked about it already, sitting down with council in that workshop session and being honest and open. We'll figure this out. But I don't want to give the impression to parents, or we won't, but I don't want to give the impression to parents that this is, you know, parents are already scared enough. I don't need more parents leaving the district because they think this is the option in front of them.
Well, I think I was clear, though, this doesn't have to be, but also to clarify, we have a responsibility to the Auditor General. We sent this to them so that they know we're doing our responsibility. I mean, you know, to think one moment that as superintendent, I want to sit here and on November 5th of 2020 or 2020, have this conversation with the community. In my wildest dreams, this was never an intent. This is not why I hope any of us do this. But again, we have a legal responsibility. But as Jen had said, Jen Moschlecker had said earlier, and other people had said, you know, I'm hoping that this is a cry for the community to take action, and whatever that means, and however we can support that. So I agree. I don't want anybody to think we're saying this is what we want to do, but we'd be, you know, negligent if we said this was not a possibility. And I just want to be clear that this is a definite possibility if things do not change.
Understood. I'm done.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mrs. Colonian?
I echo Mr. Murray. I surely hope that neither one of these scenarios has to play out. I really do, because it, you know, in the end, it's not good for the students. And, but again, we can't operate in a deficit. So if it needs to be done, it needs to be done, but let's just pray that it doesn't.
Thank you, Mrs. Colonian. Mr. Pearson.
I don't want to drive a nail into this further. It's disturbing that distance learning initially our safety protocol for the COVID issue is now becoming a budgetary savings proposal, because that's not what it was meant to be. So yeah, I'll echo everyone's sentiments. Let's hope this doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. And I will agree with my colleagues, my fellow school committee members, and I'm sure the whole Coventry Public School community, all our parents, teachers, everyone, administrators. No one would want this ever to happen, and it's difficult to even imagine it happening. But I do think it needed to be out there. I think the community needs to see this. The town council needs to see this as well. So it's very, very unfortunate. When I read this, I think yesterday when I was reading the packet, I just got such a sick feeling in my stomach thinking that this was a possibility. So let's try to hope that that's not going to happen. That being said, I don't know if there are any attendees that have any comments. If you'd like to raise your hand, Mr. Murphy will bring you into the meeting. Doesn't look like anybody has their hand up. I'm sure everybody's just too stunned to even comment. I don't think there's anything much more we can say. Moving on to number 6, which is the data presentation for COVID in Coventry. I know that's why Peg's here, but Mr. Levis, would you like to start this?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask Mr. Murphy if he can put up the graphic. And I want to thank, obviously Peg Carroll and all of our nurses and all of our administrators are doing an amazing job ensuring that, we're working with the Department of Health, working with each other, informing, we may have a situation in one school, but their siblings and just the communication has been outstanding. And I know this is hard to read. We'll make sure, a couple of things I want to make sure that people know. We will put this on our website and update it weekly. What I wanted to show though was, and again, Peg obviously will ask questions and can, if I can clarify some of the points I want to make. But what we tried to show on the top is the number of cases that we've had by school, both students and staff. So you look at the total numbers that we've had. And so Washington Oak, and again, this is through the 31st, and this is information we have that's been confirmed by the Department of Health. We've had some other scenarios, and for the public to know that when we have confirmed cases and we determine the case is finalized, we send emails out to the school community. And I share information as soon as I find out there's a presumptive case, whether it's staff or student, I share with the school committee. And then when there's finalization and the emails going out, typically I share that with the committee so to keep them informed. This is the first time we've done a presentation. But if you look at the rates, and I don't know what the rate was today, I know there was 500 and some odd new cases. I think it was like 3.8, but I've been told Coventry's over 5%. So if you think of the number of students we have and number of staff we have, and you look at these, the top is cumulative. And again, it's through the 31st. We have some cases that we're dealing with from last week that still haven't been confirmed because as you hear and you see the governors, they're inundated at the Department of Health. They're trying to hire 100 new contact tracers. But when we feel we have a case and there's potential close contacts, we put people out. We don't quarantine them, but we put those individuals out over, an abundance of caution. And the process is once we're identified, a parent may call and say, my daughter just tested positive. There's a process we go through. Our nurses get involved. They look at classroom lists, bus lists, and we notify the Department of Health. And then our nurses working with their administrators put people out, and we'll notify individuals. Emails will go out. But we don't have the right to quarantine. We don't have the right to do that. So we have a great system in place. Peg monitors that entire system, works with all of our nurses, all of our administrators. I've had conversations with her before 6 in the morning and at 10:30 at night. And this is 7 days a week. She's been amazing. So to get back to the numbers, you look at Washington Oak, positive cases, we've had 6 students. and it's important to know, all these cases have been brought in. And I believe, and Peg can correct me if I'm wrong, we haven't had a case where a student's been positive or staff's been positive in school. But we've been notified, most of these cases, again, we haven't been identified a case that I'm aware of that's happened from somebody being in school. And I think that's important to know. We have had 41 close contacts at Washington Oak, and students, confirmed close contact staff, we've had 9. And what that means is when we have these close contacts of staff, we end up putting staff out, they're quarantined. And we've had to send classes out, we've had to send whole teams out at the middle school, not because students need to be quarantined, but because of staff. And we felt for continuity and for safety, to rotate different people into the classrooms defeats the whole stable pie. And I want to say, our families have been incredible in supporting this. You know, our teachers have been incredible. You know, and I'm so impressed with how our community has supported this. These are difficult. Look at what we've just talked about, the budget. You know, talk about piling it on, right? But our families have been so supportive in terms of ensuring the safety of their own children, other children, and of our staff. The next column talks about quarantine from community exposure students. So we've had 18 students that have had to be quarantined, but not anything related to school. And we've also had 2 staff that had to be quarantined, but nothing related to school. Could be they went to a gym, could be they went to a restaurant and were notified that they were a close contact. And so I'm not going to go through all the numbers. I do want to highlight the middle school. The middle school has seemed to be an anomaly for us here in Coventry. And I want to, specifically highlight, Mr. Lucian and his administrative team and Sarah Blessing and her support in the nurse's office. They've been phenomenal, and all of our teachers have been working together. We've had 9 positive cases students. We've had 2 positive cases staff. The confirmed close contact students has been 33, which means those individuals have had to be quarantined. But this is where it becomes significant. The confirmed close contacts for staff has been 23. So we've had periods of time with people that are sick, that may have a symptom. They can't come to school. So we've had times where we've had 30 staff out one day, which is significant. And they've done an amazing job in terms of covering it, but there's been times where we've had to put a whole team out because we haven't had the staff. And I'd like to say that in itself is an anomaly, but that's going to be the way I believe that this year is going to go. And again, our families, our staff have been incredible in supporting this process. Community exposure, we've had 5 students and 6 staff. So you look at in the high school, which is our largest school, and came back the same time, that I believe the middle school did. Actually, the middle school came back a week earlier, but they've only had 2 positive student cases as of this date, the 31st, 1 positive staff case, confirmed close contacts, 11, confirmed close contact staff, 4, quarantine from community exposure students, 28, which is significant, and quarantine from community exposure staff. Because if you look around the state, what's happening, most high schools are having some significant issues. And our high school has not had that happen yet. And then I think what's important, again, below is the weekly numbers. And what I've highlighted in blue is all these individuals have come back to school. So while it's cumulative up top, you look at that, at any one given period of time, right now you look at the numbers we have on October 24th, we've had 4 positive student cases, 1 positive staff case that week. Close contacts for students, 38, close contacts for staff, 4. October 31st, we had 6 students. We've had 1 staff person, 50 confirmed close contact students, which means they were quarantined. Confirmed close contact staff, 17. So, this is an ongoing process. We have students go out, staff go out, but over the 14 days, then they start coming back. So for a district our size, for the numbers that we have in terms of students, numbers that we have in terms of staff, I think that I know that our schools are still a very safe place. We have a great process in place. Again, our nurses have been phenomenal. Our administrators are working constantly, not only running buildings, but this dominates a lot of their time. So I just wanted to go through the numbers. We will update this weekly component on an ongoing basis, and we'll put this on. And again, I want to thank Peg and the nurses. Peg put this together to give our, to inform our community. A teacher approached me today and I talked about, they'd like to know, like putting out, well, we had no cases this week and no cases. My feeling is that these are the facts, but I feel like if I just put out, we had no cases in this building, no cases, once we start putting cases up, I don't want to feed into people's fear. I mean, people have a right to be fearful. This is a health crisis we're in. This is a serious, obviously it's very serious, but I feel giving people the facts and looking at the facts, there's a lot of rumors out there. We don't add anything to this document until it's confirmed, until we hear back. I usually get an email from the Department of Health and they'll say, this is what transpired. This was the individual that needs to be isolated. These are the individuals we've contacted need to be quarantined. And that's when the emails go out. And those are the numbers that we'll add here. So I know I've done a lot of talking. Peg, do you want to add anything to what I shared? Or, most importantly, I think when people have questions, I would definitely appreciate you answering those questions. But is there something that you want to highlight about the document here?
I don't think so. I think that, what you explained about it, we're just trying to be transparent about what is happening and, how the numbers look. And I do think one of the most important factors is that, in order to keep everybody safe, we have been, going ahead and putting, staff or students on distance learning while they investigate, rather than allowing, potential close contacts to remain in school. And I think that's key to helping keep our numbers down. But I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Levis and Peg. We really appreciate all the work. Every time I get an email from Mr. Levis saying there's been a positive case, I realize it's not just that one little minute that it takes me to read the email. It's going to be multiple hours before, of work before it can be confirmed and figured out, and what needs to happen in the schools. So I really want to thank everyone for all the support of keeping our community safe. I don't have any questions, but Mr. Florio, did you have any questions?
I have no questions, Madam Chair. All I can say is thank you all for your dedication and hard work and effort during a pandemic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Florio. Mr. Murray, any questions?
No real questions. Thanks, Peg, for your work. I'm glad to see the worst fears haven't yet materialized. They say yet because we don't know if we get through this, but I'm glad we're seeing stable numbers. We knew we were going to have some cases, but overall, I take this as a positive, and you're handling it well. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mrs. Colonian.
I just want to say, looking at the numbers, it shows that you're very diligent and you're handling it very well. Thank you. Thanks for your dedication.
Thank you, Mrs. Colonial. Mr. Pearson.
No questions. I'm glad this information will be shared on the website. It's an interesting dashboard we have here. Thank you for putting this together.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. And again, thank you for everybody's hard work on this. I think there may be one question, Mr. Murphy. I don't know if that's an old question from another. I think the hand has been up for a while, but.
Karen, you're up to talk. If you could just state your name and address for the record and unmute your microphone.
Hi, thank you. Karen Delone, 20 Regalwood Drive. And yes, it was a question for Mr. Levis or whoever from the previous presentation. So the few options that you presented, if there wasn't going to be a new budget passed and everything stays in the horrible condition that it's in, when do you think options would be enacted and implemented?
Well, if you look at the options, the funding or the savings was predicated on when we come back from the holiday break in January. So again, I want to stress that these options were developed because we have a responsibility to balance the budget. And I know there's not a lot of time between now and January, but our hope is after Mr. Murray does his presentation on just an update for the school building committee, I'm going to talk a little bit about it in terms of when the new council comes on board. Because if you look at, and I know you've been in the meeting, you've seen all the additional cuts that have been made and all the process that's gone into putting forward this new budget based on no additional state funding, potentially no additional funding covering from the town, both for our operations and COVID. There's significant gaps. So wanted to put this out as early as we could. We took several weeks to put this together, bouncing it back and forth, looking at scenarios that would get us to be able to have pay our bills, have a budget that would get us through the year. None of the scenarios are what I would want as a parent, obviously, and what I want to present as a superintendent. That's why I kind of separated myself tonight. In terms of the role as superintendent, this is what we have to do legally. We've notified the Auditor General that we brought this forward, no intent to make decisions. But so I think we really have to see the tone when we meet with the council and see what happens with that. But these models were based on, we'd have to bring something forward to the school committee before we went on break in December to discuss at length. And maybe there'll be other scenarios that we come up with, but I don't know what they would be. There's very little else that I'm aware of. Again, I'm just one person that we could do that would save funds that we could do legally right now. So, but we would have to discuss this, like I said, by the end of December before we went out on break. So our, whatever last school committee meeting or schedule a special meeting. So I don't know if that answers your question, but the models were based on January. Now we could come back and base a model on something, say, after February vacation. We did talk about that, but we did not present that tonight. I guess we wanted to make sure that people know that these are the drastic measures that are going to need to be put forward. Something similar in order to get the additional funds that are necessary to balance our budget.
Okay, and if the new town council members are not taking seats until January, how is there's a gap in that time?
I don't believe that's true. They're going to certify the vote next week, my understanding. I'm not a politician in town, but I've been told by the town manager that they'll certify those seats next week. So I assume that means that whenever their next council meeting is, those individuals would, my understanding is they get sworn in and then they'll reorganize at that first meeting as a council. And, my plan is to, as soon as they're certified and sworn in, to make sure that we reach out and, schedule a meeting. And I'll discuss that in a few minutes, but
okay, thank you.
That's not the case, I believe. If I'm wrong, somebody will definitely clear that up.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Thanks, Karen. Okay, then I think we can move on to number 7, the school building committee update. I believe, Mr. Murray, you're on.
Yeah, thank you for anyone hanging in there on the attendees. And it's been a long night, so I'll try to keep it upbeat and quick. I'm gonna share my screen. Bear with me one sec. Can everybody see the middle school outline? All right. Perfect. So I'll give you a little bit of update on the schedule for the building committee. So we've been aggressively moving forward. I will say we're sliding a little. Some of that is expected. Part of that is because obviously we have a transition with the new council. But the architect's still doing their thing in the background on some of the core stage 2 requirements. Those documents moving forward, and I keep in constant communication with Phil from Studio Jade on that. As far as our schedule, we did have a meeting recently on the 27th. The core topic of that was, as many know, we have been focusing in on the middle school and options for that. I think we have about a baker's dozen of options right now that we've looked at and kicked around and asked the architect to come back again. And again, we're at a very high level here. We started out with the general framework of trying to make a major renovation at the middle school, keeping the core common areas, so the auditorium, potentially some of the cafeteria if we could salvage it. If not, that would be gone. But the auditorium and the gym were kind of our holding points because partially RIDE doesn't reimburse well for those elements. I don't think they reimburse at all for a new auditorium. So, and they're in fairly good shape. So actually what we found was the old core, the original core of the middle school was what we saw as valuable. So I'll bring up quickly the campus here. So you see the middle school. And what we also discussed, it's a rather large campus. I'm trying to remember the acreage. It's 140-ish, I think, if I remember correctly, but there's a lot of land here. We're still ciphering out what's under care, custody, control of the school district. But I will say that lends to some opportunity. We talked about this. You know, what about the future? Could we go to a campus style concept? What does that mean? We talk about efficiencies. And I talked tonight about shoring up sort of our structural for the future. How do we do that through capital improvements? So we're having a larger discussion about this whole thing to the point that we've looked at the building options and we didn't come up with any great solutions to reutilize the existing entry. The problem is, as you see, the building is shoved in the corner of the site. And as many of us know, there's some serious traffic issues during school time coming off 116 and Maple Street. So the preferred concept at the last meeting and the basic larger consensus of the building committee was to explore further this concept, which we dubbed Sierra, for lack of a better term. And what it does is essentially flip the proposed entry to the rear, what is now the rear of the building, create a 3-story model where grade levels will be at each floor of that 3-level, media center, moving a cafeteria back to kind of where it was originally, and expanding it on what would now be the rear of the school. This here is the auditorium that would remain and potentially do some upgrades, but really create this campus style concept with the possibility of extending a road out to Station Street. Again, this is high level, that's discussion right now at the building committee, but I want anybody seeing this to understand this is in progress. We are moving forward. These are high level options, but at the next phase, I am working with Mr. Lucian at the middle school to get the boots on the ground staff input on this. So that means teachers, administrators at the building level, potentially some key parent stakeholders in a small group format to provide input on more of the interior layout, tweaks to the larger picture so we can keep the stage 2 moving. We are in November. We have to have something out for February. We have a lot of holidays in between and a lot of disruption in between. And never mind the fact that we're layering on budget issues that we're going to have to talk to council about at exactly the same time I want to give my presentations on this building concept. So some people have asked me on the building committee, you know, does it make sense to put a stop to this effort in light of the budget going down? And I say to that unequivocally no. And we see that just based on the recent bonds passed in Burrillville, Warwick, which was 56 million, Cranston, Craig, you may know this, but it was over 100 million, 140, I would say. Newport just passed the bond. All of these communities realize the value and importance of capital infrastructure. And they're all experiencing significant budget woes. We're not the only one. We are exclusive probably in the extent of it, but I will say that in general, I truly believe that this community will come out in support of a well thought out plan for the future of our schools. And especially physical infrastructure. If this school was going in next to my house, I would buy. And the reason being, who doesn't want a new facility and the best for their children? And so if we're gonna move this district forward and we're gonna move this town forward, I truly believe this is how we do it. The other large discussion that we're having is around communications, and I mentioned that tonight. And I really think the building effort lends itself well to a prototype for communications, not only for the school district, but for the town as a whole. Reason being, this is a very pointed project. It's something people can get around and coalesce. And we are going to be looking for a small group of strategic volunteers to help us with the communications effort. I had a meeting today virtually with Mr. Cowart and a marketing firm called Checkmate. We're likely going to try to keep it out of the school district funding. So obviously, given our current budget situation, we don't want to put additional pressure on the budget. So due to the suggestion of the finance director, and thank you, Sarah, and also Don Cowart and others, we're looking at an alternative format where it would be driven primarily by some key members of the community. And I say this out there in case anybody wants to step up. To take on this effort. I'm going to quarterback it for a bit to get this off the ground. That means setting up a framework for it and getting a website going because we don't have time to waste anymore. So we'll get that moving in the right direction. Hopefully we can get some key players to take it over from fundraising and also driving the information effort, I'll call it at this point, because it's really not marketing. Again, I'm very cautious on that term. But this is information that needs to get out, like this schedule that we formatted. These concepts that we're formulating. Why now? And it's pretty soon we're going to have to start dropping numbers. And I'll leave that as my last point because there are council members on, or potential future council members, existing council members. But I do have an email into the town manager asking to sit down with bond council. And I absolutely need to sit down with them, PFM, to devise a strategy on what this is going to cost the taxpayer. People are going to want very clear answers on that, and I want to be able to provide that. Because as a taxpayer myself, I don't want to look at a very large number. I want to look at what it's going to cost me to pay for a new middle school, new infrastructure, and what does that mean? Other cities and towns are doing it, and if we don't start investing in this, we are going to fall behind. I'm worried about the operational budget, but I think we can fix it. We have a great team. We have a great finance director. We're gonna see ourselves through this. I have deep concerns about the capital infrastructure because the problems aren't going away. And so if we choose to just let the current crisis of the pandemic flick us away from this again, there's never a good time. It's going to be another 5 or 10 years until we take this on. So last point, we do have several members of the new council, whoever they may be, coming on very soon. And to the point, Craig, I believe you are correct. They can be sworn in this month. And we had already on the schedule counted on tentative date of November 30th to do a workshop. I was hoping it was more on this and not the budget, but I think we're going to have to potentially either integrate those or have a separate workshop just on the stage 2 building effort. But I want to sit down with council. I've been providing updates, but I think we as a building committee and school committee need to talk about this effort because we need to get everyone up to speed very quickly. And the council will have to vote on the stage 2 to move it forward. So they need to understand it and understand what that means. It just so the public understands, that does not mean we're going to bond. That does not mean where there's any definite plan. It means we're submitting to RIDE for a clear commitment that they will reimburse us a certain amount of money if we choose to move forward with this initiative. So I think that's important to the voters to know that this first vote is not a commitment and as far as committing to any type of bond. Ultimately, no matter what happens with council, if it's put to a vote, the voters will decide, just like the referendum. And I'm a big advocate of letting people decide. The community is going to have to make that judgment. So we've got to make the case. We've got to sell it. That selling is going to start, and I think it sells itself based on the information we're going to provide. So with that, I'll entertain any questions from school committee.
Mr. Florio. Anything for Mr. Murray?
No question. No questions at all. You're doing great work. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Colonian?
No questions. I like the look of that model though, you know, that was kind of, like you said, it's upbeat, so, good job.
Thanks.
And Mr. Pearson?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Mr. Murray. Thanks for the update. Yeah, I think you're on the right track. I think we can't let it just go away. Even though we're in really tough budget times, we need to keep moving on this. So I thank you for all your hard work.
It's the committee. I want to be clear too. You have a great team behind me, including yourself. The building committee has been phenomenal, and we've been very good at moving decisions forward. So accolades to them for driving this. I appreciate all the support I get.
Yeah, it's a great committee, actually. So I thank them all as well. Okay. I don't see any hands up in the public. So I guess we can move on to the superintendent's report. Mr. Levis?
Yes. So the first one is, well, before I say, I just want to thank Mr. Murray again. I know it's a team effort, but so I give you a hard time at times, but you've done an outstanding job keeping this ball rolling, and it's so desperately needed. I mean, I think we opened the meeting talking about capital and how, tonight it benefited us in terms of, not having the capital funds, at least in this moment, but we definitely need to invest in our infrastructure. And I want to thank you for that. You've done an outstanding job. School safety, one of the things that if you look at what, how we've responded to COVID, and remember at the time, there was a time when the governor said, Coventry, you got plenty of space, you guys should be outdoors. And, when we're, working with our reentry team and being honest about our concerns and struggles, but we've gone 180 in terms of school safety, right? Remember, everything was Alice, lock the doors. After, Newtown, all the vestibules were funded here and put in our schools. And now we've gone 180. And I have a lot of concerns about that. I saw a picture, and again, not calling out Smithfield, I thought it was great. They had the governor there, but kids were everywhere in the field, and you see them next to a street, you see houses in the background. It's very challenging, and then we saw in Providence, everybody saw the video of a young girl being, taken in broad daylight, put in a car. And so I worry about that all the time. So myself and Mr. Coward, we've had conversations, and, one of the things, I'm always thanking people. I could spend every waking second thanking people for what they're doing, because we have incredible people in our school community and in the community at large. But our SROs have been phenomenal, and the police have been phenomenal, just the liaisons. But so Mr. Coward and I met with Officer Nickerson and Officer Medeiros. AJ Medeiros is at the middle school. John Nickerson is at the high school, and these guys are phenomenal. And so we just met and said, we have a lot of concerns. We want to be proactive and thinking about how can we communicate to teachers, because every time I go, whether it's high school, elementary, people are outside, taking mask breaks, bringing classrooms outside. But I have concerns because we have thrown in that whole safety piece. So we had a morning meeting, and they came up with some suggestions. They're going to actually do kind of like webinar, brief video that we can play. People can watch on their own. We can share with parents. We can share with our staff. But really, when a teacher's going outside, what should they be looking for? Pointers to be aware. Is anything different? Is there anybody there? And simple things, but we want to be proactive as much as we can, because we really have gone 180 degrees. And remember, like safety, safety, safety. We'd have police go around, check doors. We'd walk through the hallways. If classroom doors weren't locked, we'd make note of it, make sure we remind the teacher. All the lockdown, all the fire drills, which are still important, right? The State Department of Ed will say, well, we haven't thrown any of those safety regulations out the window. I beg to differ. I think we have. And we need to be proactive. So we had a meeting. They're going to come up with some ways that we can educate our staff to make sure that we're doing what we need to do despite the challenging situations we face. So I just wanted to highlight that we haven't forgotten that. And again, our police, our SROs are going to work with our administration, our educators, our staff, because this is about everybody being eternally vigilant. So I just wanted to highlight that. And Mr. Cowart, I don't know if you want to add anything to it, but he was at the meeting, but I was very pleased and I'm very impressed with them and I want to thank them. The second topic that I want to talk about, and I know it's already been discussed, but I don't know in terms of when the next council meeting will be, when there'll be the full council. But what I wanted to discuss briefly was just, I think through, I can initiate it, but I also think it would be more appropriate probably through the Mrs. Patno as the school committee chair, reaching out to when the president is appointed. I'm sure they'll do a reorganization. But I think the first thing is we could set a date and then develop an agenda with them jointly and really lay everything out that we've discussed. I know tonight people could walk away and say this is doom and gloom, and that's why I want to reiterate everything that was said. Most of what I put forward tonight, at least, was really to meet legal requirements. I continue to fight every day, and I will fight every day to make sure that what we presented as possible scenarios doesn't have to come to fruition. But we know, and as it's been said by almost every committee member tonight, it has to be a joint effort with all stakeholders. And but I think the first things first. We will do what we've always done when there's new council members, just like new committee members. We'll invite them to come in individually and any questions they want and give them access to information. But I feel that it's important for us to get together and really work, not just meet for the sake of meeting. I want to make sure that it's a true work, whatever we want to call it, whatever you want to call it, but really, figure out whatever we need to do to overcome whatever obstacles exist so that we can truly work together and get back to that place where when we say we're one town, one community, it doesn't turn into just rhetoric, but it's really predicated on action, right? On attitude, on principle, and on action. And I think we can get there. And so I wanted, to me, it's important. I know it's important to everybody, but I wanted to make sure that we discuss that publicly. And so, Madam Chair, I don't know what next steps we can take. I know in the chat, there was a comment made, that we should set that meeting up now. I don't know how that's possible. We can identify when the next council meeting will be. And I think they could discuss that at their council meeting. We have a meeting on the 21st, but I feel that we need to do it as soon as possible. So however we get there, I'm open to any suggestions, but I think it's, and again, everybody has said it's important. And I have a good feeling that, all we can ask is people to bring willingness to the table. And I felt personally, professionally, that had retreated over the last few months. We're all dealing with this same COVID, but we've all said that when this is over, we still have everything in front of us. We still have to operate schools. We still have a responsibility to our students, our families, to our community. I have a responsibility to people who are retiring and want to sell their home, right? We have a responsibility to everybody. So that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Levis. And I agree. As soon as the new council is sworn in and they're reorged and we know who the president and vice president of the council are and who our new members are, I think we will definitely reach out to them. I will definitely reach out to the president, the new incoming president, and we'll go from there. But I think they'll be eager to work with us as well. And my feeling is, I think we probably need a separate meeting, right, to talk about it outside of the budget, at fiscal 22. And maybe even a Saturday morning, if people could carve out some time on a Saturday morning where you're, fairly early in the morning when we're all fresh, and I think there's probably going to be an incentive for the new members to want to do that as well. Most times when you're newly elected, you're eager to start the work. And obviously they got elected knowing that this would be on their agenda. So I'm hopeful that they'll be willing to do that. So I'm all for that. Mr. Florio, did you have any comments about the superintendent's report?
No, no, Madam Chair.
That, okay, Mr. Murray?
No, thanks for the report.
Ms. Colonian?
No, thanks.
You're all set. And Mr. Pearson?
No questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, then I guess we can go to citizens' comments. I don't see any hands raised. I'll give it Mr. Florio, do you have a citizen's
Yes.
comment?
I have a citizen's comment from Mr. Cowworth. Don? Don?
Yes, Dave, I'm listening.
Parents would like packages sent home with the children, elementary school children, on Friday, if possible, because they're having difficulty on Mondays working with the kids because they don't understand the work.
What kind of packages?
Well, packets like were sent home before when the pandemic started with the elementary school kids. They'd be given a packet and they could work from the packet because it's not getting through in remote learning.
Yeah, I could talk to the principals about that, but I guess my only comment is
That's all.
the packet is a huge undertaking in terms of the amount of paper, the amount of time and effort it is to coordinate the packets, distribute the packets, and then we also have to then collect the packets, and then we have to give some feedback on that, right? So it's a cycle that is a huge undertaking, and I think especially with the purchase of new Chromebooks for the elementary level, I think what we're trying to do is move away from that because it's not as efficient. But if parents are having difficulty with some of the distance learning, especially on a Monday, I could talk to the principals about ways to support them so that, maybe instead of going to one extreme to another and having to provide packets to kids, we can at least support people in a way that, helps them support their kids at home.
Thank you, Don.
Yep, thanks.
That's all I can ask. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Madam Chair.
I don't see any more hands up in the public. So I think we can move to number 10, which is scheduling of the next meeting. And do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that the next meeting be scheduled for, Donna? When is
November
the-
19th.
On the 19th.
November
At-
19th at 6.
November 19th at 6 p.m.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Could we have a roll call vote, please, Donna?
Kathy Patnode,
Yes.
Dave Florio,
Yes.
Luke Murray,
Yes.
Donna Colunian,
Yes.
James Pearson.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Motion carries 5-0. Moving on to our adjournment. I have 9:41. Would someone like to
Madam
make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 9:41 p.m.
I second.
All in favor, just raise your hand. All right. Thank you all. Thank you all for attending from the public, and I wish you a good evening.
Thank you, Donna.
Good night.
Good
Thanks,
night,
Donna. Glad to see you. Hope you're feeling better.